Welcome back to Mugello, everybody, here in the wonderful Italian hills, and welcome to the next race of the weekend here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. This is the Ultimate GT Endurance Cup. We have had the GT Sprint Cup over the course of the weekend, but this now being the Kennol GT Endurance Cup should be an absolute blast. This one, a fantastic array of GT racing machines from all categories. We've got GT3 cars, we've got GT4 spec Alpine A110 Cup cars, we have Porsche 911 Cup cars, even a Renault RS01, and some of the wonderful Vortex 2.0s as well. The cars are making their way around the circuit now to go and form up on the grid. It's going to be a 4-hour endurance race with this machines. We were billed to have a grid of 16 cars, but I believe, unfortunately, after an accident during qualifying yesterday, we will not have the 22 Vortex on the grid. It was Arnaud Gomez that ended up, I believe, just losing it on the exit of turn 5, and he made contact with the barrier and the car was smashed into the wall beyond repair for today's race anyway. All reports pointed to Arnaud being okay, but that car will not be out racing with us today. There's one of its sister cars on screen, the 21 machine, driven by Philippe Bonnel and Lionel Amrouche. As the cars make their way around to the grid, we can give you said grid. It was actually billed to be Arnaud and Olivier Gomez on the front row of the grid in that number 22 car. They had actually bagged pole position by about 0.3 of a second. But as discussed and as mentioned, that car will not be here. I'm intrigued to see whether they now bump the second place car to pole or whether they leave that pole position spot on the grid free. We'll have to see. Either way, the car that will start alongside them on the front row is going to be the Luminier Douin and Nos Renault RS1, the Craft Racing machine, car number 37. Then it's going to be the Ferrari, the number 1 Ferrari, reigning champions Jean-Paul Pagny and Jean-Bernard Bouvet, and David Hallyday in that car with them as well. And then we have the 888 Porsche next up, the first of the Porsche Cup cars, built to be the most exciting category in amongst this endurance GT field. We've got a good list of these Porsche Cup cars here with us this weekend, 8 of them in total from Racing Technology, RR Racing by Race Activity. We've got the Driven team, Netcuve Racing, and we have GP Racing team as well, bringing a pair of Porsches, and the Seb Lajou Racing Porsche. It's a different car than the one that was at Paul Ricard, but it still bears the 888 on the number boards. You can hear the podium ceremony going on there for the Hoosier Formula Cup. Ty Cottingham taking the duties on that one after commentating the race earlier. And still the cars filter their way out of the pit lane. We've got the Alpine making its way onto the circuit now. I believe yes, it's the number 19 car, the Chazelle Technology. They've got 3 cars out there today. In fact, all of the Alpines are run by them. It's cars 19, 94, and then 1, 2, 3. Luca Degrange and Frédéric de Brabant in the number 1, 2, 3. Mark Jacob in 94 with Gianni Schiabarassi. I got it wrong yesterday. I said Scarabiassi yesterday. It's Schiabarassi. Benoit Marion, Oliver Martinez, and Julien Bouni sharing the 19 car. There's the 123 out on track now. We don't have the names of the drivers that will be starting the race until they come up on the timing screen. They haven't triggered the starting line yet, so I think when they get onto the formation lap, that's when it will come up. So obviously we will confirm that when it comes to it. This should be an interesting one, this, because there's all cars of all different categories here. We do have GT cars, GT3 cars, I should say. We have the Vortexes as well, which I've seen racing in many an endurance championship that also can go up against the likes of the GT3 cars. They have an insane amount of power. And the team, as Claire and I were discussing yesterday during qualifying, it's taken a few years to obviously perfect the car and develop it. And after making the Vortex 1, they are now onto the Vortex 2.0 and continually developing that machine. You can see the Renault RS1 there just making its way around, and the 3 Chazelle Technology Alpines. They're basically in their own class for this race, are the Alpines. The Alpine Cup. 11th, 12th and 13th on our timing screen currently, but on the grid they will line up 12th, 13th and 14th actually. One of the Vortexes obviously not being counted on the timing screen from the original 16 cars, so they will move up one spot for everybody. Just trying to pick out, yeah, it does look to me like they've just moved the entire grid up one, so the RS01 will take pole position, and then the Ferrari, the number 1 Ferrari, which you can just see at the back of the grid now, that will make its way to the front of the grid. And that will start alongside them on the front row. So they have moved everybody up one with the absence of the number 22 Vortex. It was a real shame to see that car so damaged after yesterday's incident. But we still have the 2 others out there on circuit. The red machine with Philippe Papin. We have Roland Marchi and Enzo Riche, who we've spoken about quite a bit this weekend, in the number 20 car. They will be starting in what will now be, well, actually right down near the back of the grid in 15th position. I don't think they put another time in later on in the session, so I think they missed out due to that accident. We have Lionel Amrouche and Philippe Bonnel in the other Vortex, car number 21. Or we should do, but yes, then they would be 9th on the grid, now moving up to 8th. They were right in the middle of the pack, near the number 17 car, which is the Race Activity Porsche. Daniel Wajinski behind the wheel of that car with Benjamin Lessen and Régis Rego de Sebes. We have a 4-driver team in the pack as well, which is the number 11 car. That's the Racing Technology machine. We have Gilles Blasco, Philippe Paulette, Jean-François Demorge and Frédéric Lelivre. We wait to see now how many of those drivers then take to the circuit in this race. Obviously, there's going to have to be a few laps completed before they do any driver changes. They'll have to try and get as much fair
on va se retrouver sur la grille, on va aller voir les poleman. Jimmy Luminier, on va déranger Jimmy. Jimmy, bonjour, vous étiez parti normalement deuxième, mais avec l'accident de la Vortex, vous héritez de la pole position. Comment vous vous sentez avant ce départ?
C'est notre première course avec la voiture, première pole position. On va essayer d'être dans le rythme tout de suite. On sait que voilà, les voitures à côté ont un peu plus de moteur, donc on ne sait pas vraiment comment ça va se passer au premier freinage. On va essayer surtout de rester concentré. C'est une course qui dure 4 heures. Donc voilà, au moins essayer de tenir le peloton de tête et puis voir ce qui se passera au bout des 4 heures.
It's our first race, first pole. We don't know how we will manage the first breaks. It's a long race of 4 hours, so we have to manage the race and not to try everything on the start. C'est une place spéciale, c'est quand même un plaisir de partir en pole.
Oui, c'est toujours un plaisir. C'est toujours un plaisir de partir en pole. C'est sûr qu'on aurait aimé pouvoir faire la Q3 avec notre 3e pilote et l'avoir, disons, dans les règles de l'art sans avoir un abandon. J'espère, voilà, une grosse pensée pour mon ancien coéquipier de chez Vortex. J'ai vu qu'Arnaud allait bien, donc une pensée pour eux, en espérant qu'on puisse se battre la prochaine fois.
We hope to do the Q3 yesterday, but with the crash we only have to do 2 qualifying. And he sings to his former teammate from Vortex and he hopes to fight against them on the next one. Merci Jimmy et bonne course.
Je vous dis pas merci, ce qui paraît, ça porte la poisse.
Thank you very much to Alexander for the interview there. He's down on the ground giving us the interviews in French and in English. I'm delighted to say Claire Cottingham has joined me once again in the commentary box for this. Quite a bit of versatility from you at the end there, Claire. I'm so sorry about that.
No, it's fine. We just had a really cracking race in the Hoosier Formula Cup, which is my one that I tend to lead commentary on, and you're down in the pit lane, and then you pop back up here, and I thought, what about the interviews? But if you're missing out on the Hoosier Formula Cup, do watch it, 'cause we've got 5 rookies that are fighting it at the front at the moment, and it's some of the best racing, I think, in this championship as well, and it's really good to watch. So if you missed it, do head over and watch the other ones. Let's head back down, though, to the grid, because it sounds like Alexandre is waiting by to bring us more action from the grid. So shortly we will head down and hear from him.
On attend les commentaires. Français, on les entend maintenant. Faut que tu coupes les commentaires, tu lui dises.
Arrête de parler, on va faire une interview.
So let's head down and hear from Alex on the grid.
Sébastien, vous êtes de retour sur la grille, de retour en pôle et de retour au départ. C'était important pour vous de prendre ce départ?
Oui, c'est important de pouvoir reprendre confiance en soi par rapport au départ que je faisais auparavant. On ne stresse pas, on va prendre ça tranquillement et le plus paisiblement possible. Voilà.
It's important for me to take the start of the accident. I'm not stressed, I just have to take chill and to see what happens. Pour la stratégie, c'est aussi important pour vous. On sait que vous adorez ça de prendre les départs, mais aussi d'un point de vue stratégique, c'est important de laisser le silver au repos pour l'instant.
Oui, on part plus sur le fait qu'il peut y avoir des faits de course au départ et on préfère garder notre temps total pour le silver et dérouler la course et on va voir qui va rouler le plus longtemps. Faut qu'il ait fait 1h15 total.
We know that there can be some incidents during the first lap, so it's important that the pro is not in the car to drive every single minute in a green flag. Merci Sébastien, et puis bon courage pour la course.
Merci à vous.
Seb Lejeune then in his 888 car. Thank you so much to Alexandre for explaining exactly what was being said there. A multi-talented man is our pit lane reporter at the moment on the grid. Lovely to hear from Seb Lejeune as well. And the 888 who is starting 3rd. We haven't got pole position. I'm not sure if you have just explained this.
Yes.
Because the Gomez brothers suffered a crash during qualifying. So they had set the fastest times to go to pole position, but instead we're moving everybody up. So it's the car number 37 in UCS1 who is going to lead the way, Jimmy Lumiere. And then in the Porsche, it was just the 888 then, as we heard from Seb Lejeune car leading the way for that one.
It's good to see the Seb Lejeune squad back out there. It may be a different car, but it's still great to see the persistent enough to come back with us here from Paul Ricard to Mugello. And obviously they're making a great claim as well, returning back to the paddock and straight on to pole position in their class and amongst the Porsche Cup. Looking forward to the Porsche Cup battle. It's been hyped up quite a bit ahead of the weekend, but yeah, it's definitely one of the best categories of racing is the Porsche Cup. I mean, Porsche make an incredible machine with the 911, 992, and there's a reason that they are raced all over the world in all forms of GT categories, and let alone the Porsche Carrera Cup, which takes place all over the world as well. There's many national championships using these wonderful racing cars. And then, of course, we've got the Alpines as well, a little bit further down the order. And they have their own little class amongst themselves. It's quite nice to see that they're all run by the same team as well. So it's sort of like a bit of inter-team rivalry while not having any interference from anybody else, I guess, those little Alpines. And they're great fun cars to watch as well because they're so raw driving machines. You know, they've not got huge wings and aerodynamics and things to help them, no assists or anything like that. They are just raw racing cars, similar to GT4s, but not quite up to the same pace. There is the very unique Vortex 2.0, starting on the left-hand side of the grid today. That's the Bonnell Amrouche car, car number 21. At least it'll be slightly easier to tell the vortexes apart now that there's 2 of them on the grid. One's orange, one's red, rather than having 2 orange ones with a similar design on them. It looks like it's going to be Philippe Bonnell that is going to be getting in the car first. He's just strapping his helmet on now. A very fittingly orange helmet to match the very orange Vortex.
I love the Vortex.
Oh, it's such a... it's almost bonkers, isn't it? It's just an absolutely nuts racing car.
It's just like a fine line between... If I was a child and I was going to draw a racing car, I would draw the Vortex.
Yeah, it's like something from Hot Wheels, isn't it? It's just crazy.
I just love it. I just think it's just so beautiful. And I also quite like the fact that the liveries aren't the same. Obviously, the orange is what we see, but then they have the car number... Is it? Oh, God, so they're all merging into car number 20, which is black livery. Is it the 20 that we've got in this one?
The red number
car.
21.
It's not red. Hang on, I've got completely the wrong thing in front of me. So it is... Yeah, car number 20, Enzo Richer. I don't know if they've got it this time, but it's a black livery, I believe.
Oh, right.
It's we talked about it. It's the do you remember where I said I love it with the black matte, and you said it's full of carbon fibre, and I said, well, I like that.
That was the
24 decks.
That was the sprint prototypes. That one.
No.
That was the Duquine, which was all in black.
That's not true.
The Vortex is red though, the 20 machine, and then
Might
they
be. Could have been black before. Maybe it was red before. Who
Mm.
knows? I like it. I like the fact
it's
they're not all-
belting. It is absolutely. I mean, no matter what colour they did that car in, it would always look good because there's so many weird angles to it. I mean, there's so many spiky triangular parts on it, but yet the cockpit is such a bubble shape in the middle of it as well.
Yeah.
It's got a bit of everything, and then there's obviously the fantastic engine that it has in it as well, which makes an incredible racket. I don't think that car could ever make any other noise if it had a more tinny V6 or a sort of, I don't know, a higher pitch V10. I don't think it would quite suit what it would do. I think it has to be a roaring V8 that's like a thunderstorm in the back of that car. It wouldn't fit anything else.
Yeah, if you've never come to see these cars live and you're looking to come and see them, definitely do see if you can head down to any of your local places or have a lovely little holiday. Come to Portimao. Portimao's great. Come to Magny-Cours, come to Paul Ricard, come to Aragon. We've still got lots of racing to go in the Ultimate Formula Cup. But if you haven't seen these guys live, I would definitely say it's a great day out to enjoy. And not only that, but our schedule is so jam-packed. You would see so much racing throughout the day. Like for today, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 races alone, and one of them's a 4-hour race. So...
Yeah, and they're all different categories of racing as well. That's the thing. There's such a variance in it. It's not like it's all the same machines time and time again.
No, it's excellent.
It's
you can have single
really, really
seaters,
good.
you can have GTs, you can have LMP3.
And apparently we have an interview coming as well with Alexandre on the grid. He's going to try and give us that in French and in English.
I'm with Fred de Barban. Fred, you are on pole on Alpine Cup category. How do you feel before the race?
We feel good. I mean, it's a fantastic track, fantastic country here, so we feel very good, and we are really looking forward to driving the car here in this 4-hour race.
The work with Luca was mega at Paul Ricard. With the win, for the moment, we are on the same spirit.
Exactly. We're going for that. We go for the win, and well, we have to see how the race unfolds. Happens, we can have full course yellows, we can have many things. We have 26 seconds penalty in the pit to try to get back in each stint, so we'll see, but the win is definitely the target.
Thank you, Fred. Have a good race.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Lovely car, that 123 Alpine. It's we were talking about it in qualifying, and it's the lovely Formula One cars colour of the Alpine, and I've got a lot of time for it. So yeah, great to hear from Frederick. I'm pretty sure that Frederick is French. So I'm very surprised a Frenchman wasn't speaking to a Frenchman, but it was great for us. We could hear everything. It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, we get the full context.
So maybe he's not. We'll find out from Alexandre when he comes back. But great to hear from everyone on the grid, and such a busy grid down there. It's so good to see the Kennol GT Endurance Cup as well as the Prototype Endurance Cup, bringing a lot of people here to Mugello. In Paul Ricard, you couldn't move. It was such a busy grid for both of them. So it's great to see lots of people coming down and enjoying the sunshine in Tuscany. We're about an hour out of Florence here. Flew in Oh, we love. So this is Amelie, and she is excellent. Look at her. There she is. She organises all of us in all of this madness, and she is absolutely excellent at making sure that we're where we need to be at the right time. So great to see a little shout out there for Amelie, and looking great on our screen. I thought she was going to do an interview. Get Alexandre down there, speak to Amelie.
Yeah, see if we can get her insight to the start to this race. See if she's got any tips for who she reckons going to be on top here. But just looking, it seems like, I mean, when you see that shot of the grid there, you've got all the Porsche Cup cars in the middle, effectively. I think there may be the number 10 ended up causing the red flag yesterday. That's why they're at the back of the grid. But it almost looks like the vortex has sort of infiltrated the Porsche Cup, pretending to be one of them. There's a number 20 machine, the brutal exhaust layout on the back of it. It's very raw, isn't it? I think that's one of the best things about these cars. It doesn't really hide anything. You can see exactly how this car works. There's no fancy trickery. It's just down to out-and-out aerodynamic design and a brutal engine in the back of it. The really cool gull-wing doors as well, which raise up above the cockpit. But still, good to have at least two of them still on the grid for this session. And obviously we send our best to the Gomez brothers, who unfortunately will not be racing in this one with us today.
5-minute board then being shown. These drivers will have 5 minutes to do their last preparations, last few moments of chatting to their race engineers, chatting to their team, last moment for them to look over the car, make sure everything feels all right. They can't really work on the car on the grid. That's not how the rules work, but they can, make sure. I think for these ones, they can probably do aesthetic things. So you can kind of make things look nicer, but you can't work on the engine or anything like that. Would have to come back into the pit lane, and then would have to then start from the pit lane. So it's just the final moments to really give a good luck and check over everything. People already starting to move off, because when the 3-minute board is shown, everyone then has to leave apart from the race engineer, and then that last one has to leave as well. It's a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, absolutely. And the number 10 Porsche, I'm sure, is a well-oiled machine too. Great-looking race car, this, but unfortunately it had to spend its time looking good in the gravel in yesterday's qualifying session. Just a really honest spin as well from the driver at the time. Just locked up the rear axle, overdid it into turn 4, and only just beached the rear tyres into the gravel. So they'll be hoping that they can get on with the job in the early stages here and gain some positions, get back amongst the Porsche Cup cars that are further ahead. I was just thinking back then, actually, with the number 10 on that car, Claire, the Formula Cup earlier on, we saw a wing change for the number 10 machine, and they had to apply the stickers while it was in the pit lane.
No, don't talk about it.
For anyone that wasn't watching, they did it in one of the least satisfying ways. That
it was a tiny 1 and a big 0.
Yeah.
I couldn't.
They were not.
I really like watching Craig McClatchy race, but I was glad we didn't see him again. I couldn't see it. Could not see those numbers.
No, it was it was not good. It was pretty scary to see. But they had to absolutely slap the stickers on, send it back out there. I'm not sure if there was a regulation that says it has to have its number displayed on the nose or what.
Yeah, there is a regulation of numbers.
Yeah, they had a couple of wings lined up, and it was almost like they forgot to put the number on before it came in, and then the guy just absolutely smacked on it. It was rather entertaining to see.
The regulations of motor racing is absolutely bonkers, the amount that they have to adhere to.
Yeah.
And numbers being visible is definitely one of them.
Yeah, there was a regulation. I did some social media for a driver years ago and followed them around in the championship in the UK, and they had to display a certain badge from the manufacturer on the back of the car that was no bigger than the size of your finger, but it had to be a physical badge, and because they'd used a sticker rather than a badge, during one of the qualifying sessions, another team protested them and they got fined £1,000.
That's the rules. Them's the rules.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
The 3-minute board would have been shown by this point, so this means that all personnel must come off, bar the one race engineer that is allowed to stay by the car. And also, obviously, the marshals and the safety car and the medical car. But even as you can see, all drivers must come off as well, bar the one that's in the car. So final few moments just to say good luck. Hope it goes well. And the marshals will check. Everyone is off the grid before the 1-minute board is shown, and then we will get the formation lap underway here at Mugello for the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. And this could be a very good one to watch out for. The Porsche class is heating up. Something incredible at the moment. And with the 888 in front of many of the competitors that are going to be battling it. It will be a great race to see, I believe.
Yeah, hopefully a bit of a comeback drive from what happened at Paul Ricard. It'd be great. It'd be a lovely story, wouldn't it, to see them get the victory in class here. Obviously, a lot of cars for them to think about. It's the largest class in the field. I believe you said there was 7 of them in this, maybe even 8 of them actually at this point. We've got the Mirage car, number 10, the number 11 Racing Technology machine, the RR Racing by Race Activity, then the number 18 Driven Porsche, number 29 Netcouve Racing. GP Racing team have got 2 cars, numbers 89 and 98. Let's try not to get those confused. And then the 888 of Seb Ligier Racing, as mentioned. So yes, 8 Porsche Cup cars in this field, and all of them the 992 version of the Porsche 911. We have no 991s, 996s, 993s, anything like that on here. It is all identical machinery. The only difference, of course, being either the liveries, the setup on the car, and the driver behind the wheel. The Renault RS1 pulls away, and the Ferrari does not. Renault RS1 gets going. Now the Ferrari moves.
Yeah, this has happened before actually. In terms of formation lap, you can't leave. I think I'm not entirely sure, but the formation lap is underway. I wouldn't be. I'm not unsure if we won't get an investigation on that, but we'll see.
There's definitely a Porsche that hasn't gotten away further down the order.
Just a stall, though.
Yeah, I believe that is the. I think that's the number.
It's got going now.
Okay. Being that far down the order, though, I'm just trying to check which the last of the Porsches was. I think it was the number 11, the Racing Technology car. It was silver with the orange stripe on it. And there you go.
Number 37 under investigation for the start procedure.
Oh, heck.
So I did think that when he went away, they have a little timer, and it's happened in a race before in the Ultimate Cup where they have a time that they can go with that formation lap. And before we've had pretty much everyone just follow suit and all went at the same time. And
yeah,
it was, I can't remember what race it was. It might have even been Paul Ricard, actually. And everyone went at the same time. So some people have learnt their lesson there from that one. But unfortunately, car number 37 could find themselves in a bit of hot water.
Yeah, the formation lap already having a car under investigation. Not a great start, is it? But it happens.
So formation lap then underway. Car number 37 is under investigation already before the race has even started, which is not ideal because he is starting at the front of the pack.
Maybe just a bit excited with the pole position.
Yeah, I'm assuming it will be Chimie Lumiere. Well, it could be any of them actually, because Axel Noss is also racing for them this weekend. But he has done a lot of racing. But I don't know who. They're all bronze drivers, and I'm not sure if Axel might be a silver, so he probably won't start.
I imagine he was silver at least.
Yeah.
With the classification of racing that he's already done.
Yes. Oops. Sorry.
Is it? But I mean, excuse me, obviously, because I wasn't at Paul Ricard for this one. But was this the first time that the RS01 has appeared, or was it at Paul Ricard as well?
Which one? Sorry.
The pole sitter, the Renault.
Jimmy Lumiere was here. I'm not sure if it was that car. I can't remember now. It's a long time ago. It looks like a different livery, if that.
Yeah.
So maybe it might be different.
Very.
I'll look back.
We'll have a ganders and find out. As you can see there, the Vortex definitely infiltrating the Porsche Cup, then the Alpines, and the number 10 car will be trying to make its way through the pack. You can see some of them. It almost looks like they get impatient here on the.
I know. I always
starts,
think that.
it?
Yeah. You
Really
see that with sim
closing
racing as well. It almost feels like so. It's obviously clearly the way it works. Anyway, we are going to go racing shortly.
We absolutely are. Lights on the gantry, lights are out, and the race gets underway. The Vortexes and the Porsches from the 4th row of the grid instantly diving out to the left and the right, making it nearly 4 wide as they head up towards turn 1. The number 1 Ferrari stretches its legs early down towards turn 1, takes the lead from the 37 Renault, and around the outside goes one of the Porsche Cup cars. I believe the number... Oh, I lost which number that was. Anyway, the number 10,
I
Mirage.
was going to say, just while you're watching that, it is Axel Noss who is under investigation then in car 37. So he got called in yesterday. As the racing continues, we'll explain it.
Sorry, it was the number 18 Porsche, not number 10, that made a great start there. And look at that, weaving one way, then the other, to try and just gain any early advantage they possibly can. The number 29 is under investigation for the start of the race. That is the Netcuve Porsche, as the Alpines battle it out a little bit further back. They're going to be quite important traffic later on because they are not slow cars by any stretch of the imagination. But look at the 488 GT3 Evo disappear up the road. And then the Porsche Cup with infiltrators from the Vortex machines. That number 123 Alpine holding on well to the Porsche Cup cars at the minute as well. There is cars 19 and 94, both from Chazelle Technology. And quite the train of cars heading down in towards turn 10. A move there down the inside by the number 11 Porsche on the 21 Vortex. That was Jean-Francois Demorge trying a move on Philippe Bonnell, who has started the Vortex. We saw him getting his lid on earlier on before heading on to the circuit. But a very busy first couple of corners there, Claire. Everybody wanting to try and find any piece of real estate they could.
Absolutely. It's just to go back to the car under investigation, obviously, is Axel Noss. He told us yesterday he was only called up the day before to come and be in that car, in car number 37 that started on pole position, and subsequently now under investigation for the start procedure. That was because I believe he set off too early on the formation lap, and you could see that he realized he did that. Car number 11 also under investigation for the start procedure. That is the Porsche of down in 12th at the moment.
Yeah, that's Demorge in the Racing Technology car. Now
There's a Porsche battle here.
Already.
Yep.
They'll be doing it all race long, won't they? They'll be throwing whatever they can at each other. Yeah, the Renault sandwich there with Porsche bread, which is an intriguing one indeed.
That's for 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. The 888 then has dropped down to 5th of Seb Lejeune, and actually the car number 18 has gone up, which has got Jules Simakovac. Is that how we're saying it? Simakoviak?
I think it'd be Shimkoviak, I think.
Simakoviak?
Yeah, we'll find out within the 4 hours, I'm sure, as we crack on. But yeah, Jimmy Luminier, he crossed the line in 2nd place at the end of that last lap, ahead of the 18 Porsche, and now the 18 Porsche has gotten back. So he's just basically flipped it back on him in that first sector. But the Porsches on the first lap, they looked very strong. The change of direction is a brilliant factor of the Porsche 992's capabilities.
You see car number 98 of GP Racing as well, stuck in the middle, trying to get past Jules Simakoviak in 3rd place overall as well for the Porsches. And then just behind you can see the Vortex as well, car number 20, which will have Enzo Richer behind the wheel at the moment, who is the silver driver, thanks to winning a championship last time out and quite a lot of racing that he's been doing. He's desperate to get round the Seb Lejeune 888 Porsche. And he will also be desperate to get quite a good result this weekend, because the car broke down on him in Paul Ricard. And this time he is very much starting quite high up. And he also had disappointment in the prototype. And he's looking there in the inside, seeing if he can get round that Porsche, who's the size of a truck at the moment.
It does look massive compared to the Vortex, doesn't it?
And here we go, still stuck behind at the moment is Enzo Richer. And fallen back just slightly from the Seb Lejeune car, but in theory, that UCS1 car should be a bit faster at this point in the race than the Porsche of the 888. And you have to remember there's a bronze driver, Seb Lejeune, in that car, owning the team and the car. But Enzo Richer is the silver professional driver behind. So you would think at this point it'd be a matter of laps before he does manage to find a way. He's really on him now. Oh, he's gone a bit wide there, has Seb Lejeune. Enzo Richer choosing not to do it at that point. At this point, he's got 4 hours racing. You know, you don't want to make a silly mistake here. You want to get round this Seb Lejeune car cleanly. And Enzo Richer is definitely a driver that will wait his turn and then pounce.
Absolutely. It'll be trying to stretch its legs at the end of the straight, will the Vortex.
Yeah.
But again, the Porsche can be quicker than GT3 cars sometimes. Enzo now looks down the inside at turn 12.
Enzo.
puts his nose down the inside. Seb Lejeune says, yep, I'll give you the
Side by
room.
side, yeah, he did. He didn't even fight that, Seb Lejeune. He gave it. I think he was probably, you know, when you're driving along, you get someone in your rear and you're like, I just get past.
Like we did on the way to the circuit this morning.
Every time.
Yeah.
But Seb Lejeune, yeah, didn't fight that, but also he knows that's not his battle at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, it's the Porsche category. You want, of course, the higher up you can get, but Seb Lejeune knows that he's the bronze driver against the silver driver at this point. And as soon as the silver driver or the higher up driver goes in alongside for the 888, you know, you make up what the bronze driver has done. And they've got Enzo Joulet, who is a very fast driver to come in that Seb Lejeune car. So he's knows that the silver driver will make up for any sort of positions like this, and quite rightly Enzo will know that he's the silver driver in a bronze lineup, so you've got to take the peaks and troughs when you can.
Definitely, that's one of the art forms here, is to try and figure out when would be the best time to have your silver driver in the car. The Porsche Cup cars are definitely on a similar pace to this Renault RS1 compared to what we saw in qualifying, when the Renault had quite the advantage over them, it seemed.
I'm still trying to find if it's the first time we've seen the Renault, so bear with and I will try and...
All golden. All golden. Well, and actually, I've just remembered as well, Enzo Richier, let's not forget, he started at the back of the grid here in that number 20 car because they did not set enough valid times before the red flag was out. Started 15th, what would have been 15th, and obviously moved up to 14th.
Yeah, he's had a stellar start. We missed out on that, didn't we?
Yeah, I think he crept up a lot in the opening lap.
He's a very impressive driver, Enzo. I like watching him race a lot.
The number 29 team manager has been asked to go to the stewards. That could be regarding that starting procedure, which was under investigation.
What, car 29?
Yes.
Yeah, they were under investigation. Right, Paul Ricard entry list here. So let's see if I can find.
There is the 20 still cracking on. He's actually opened up a bit of daylight now ahead of Sébastien Lejeune. His next one that he'll be chasing will be Palette in front of him, Stephen Palette in the 98 Porsche. There's our race leader, the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, driven right now by Jean-Bernard Bouvet. He is flown over the horizon in that glorious red machine. Now, I said yesterday that the car looked like it was in Kessel colours. It turns out it is actually an ex-Kessel Racing Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. So that might be why. It is literally one of their liveries. I didn't know if these guys had just found inspiration from that and designed it that way, but it's just a change of the sponsors and the stickers. Here's a battle going on in the Porsches. Cars 29 and 89 side by side. It's very deep on the inside there for the 89 machine into turn one. That was a right old send there by Loic Thiers onto Michael Desmail.
So I was almost certain that Jimmy Lumiere, because he did race last year. Go on. No, go for
29 running very wide through turn three, pushing a little bit hard there to try and catch back up to Loic. Didn't work though.
Jimmy Lumiere did not race in Paul Ricard, so he was here last year, but so I think this is the first time we're seeing the Renault this year. I can't see it on the list, so yes, noticing that livery wasn't there last time because I quite like the green.
Yeah, it's nice the metallic green, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
There's that moment again through turn three, just pushing that little bit harder. You usually see it from drivers where they've been overtaken, they want to instantly get back in front and prove the point that you didn't deserve to take that place. And you can see even now he's still struggling a little bit later on in this lap is Desmail, but he has now got a few car lengths between himself and the 89 of Loic Thiers.
So, Jimbao, who's out there in operating camera 6 at the moment, which is turn 12, it's his birthday today. And so I'm going to wish him a very happy birthday. We've got so many brilliant people through here, helping us in the commentary box, helping us behind the scenes constantly. And happy birthday to Jimmy, who's one of our camera engineers. That bonnet is flapping of that car. Car number 29 has been given a drive-through penalty for disrespecting the start procedure. And that is down in 8th at the moment, which is the Porsche of
Desmail, isn't it?
Desmail,
we literally just saw it get overtaken as well, so it's not been a good lap or two for them, unfortunately.
I'm worried about car number 18 here, which is currently down in...
It's up in second at the minute.
Second, yeah. Yeah, well, it definitely was a bit of a flappy bonnet for Timmy Koviak.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? It was it was similar to what was happening to the Lamborghini in the sprint race earlier on when they get to right up at the sharp end.
Sorry, I shouldn't do that through commentary, but Jimmy Lumiere has now put on his the driver ID now. That was Axel Noss at the beginning, and they've not come in and had a driver change.
Yeah.
So I did wonder why the silver driver would be starting, if I'm really honest, but I would have thought it was Jimmy Lumiere that was starting, and so that's changed slightly. So it wouldn't have been Axel. So apologies for that, and get ready to hear the story of Axel getting called up just yesterday again when Axel gets in the car. But it does look like it's Jimmy Lumiere who has started that car that is under investigation for the start procedure, in third place overall at the moment, but started on pole because there was a car crash. Do you like that? There was a crash for the Gomez brothers, unfortunately, during the third part of qualifying.
There's the number 10 car then, started right at the back of the grid, up to P10 quite fittingly. The Mirage Racing Porsche, that was the car that went into the gravel backwards at turn 4 yesterday afternoon. It's got Lionel Rigor at the wheel right now. Daniel Wajcinski in the number 17 car is just ahead. The lovely light blue and white McDonald's branded Porsche. They're trying to get back on terms with Michael Desmail, who is in the number 29 Porsche that's just been given the penalty. He's coming to the pits this time round, in fact, to come and serve that drive-through. Doesn't have to stop and count any time down or anything. It's just a case of drive straight through the pit lane on the pit limiter, and that will be your penalty served. It's a lovely-looking car, that number 17, a very clean design with the very bold but simple McDonald's logo on the bonnet and on the doors. There's big twitch there actually through turn number 3. Didn't look comfortable at all. But again, similar to what I was saying about the Porsche Cup cars earlier this morning during the GT Sprint race, it's one of the best cars for having really visual and apparent body language that you can read from the outside. You can tell how the car's being treated. You can tell how the car is behaving as well. Similar to these machines, the Alpine Cup cars. We've not seen too much of them so far through this race. This is Luca de Grange. And we've had, for the number 37 Renault, a stop-and-go penalty for disrespecting the start of the formation lap. So we thought something was coming their way, and that has now been confirmed. There's no report to how long the stop-go penalty is. It might literally just be a case of stop and then go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because yesterday we had different times for them, didn't we?
It might come. Yeah, you should get a time, and it might be a full second or something. But usually it might come back as a.
I wonder whether it changes based on, because the ones we had yesterday I think were for minimum pit stop times. I wonder whether they changed based on how long they were under that, because I've seen that before. Depending on if you have like a 2-minute pit window, for example, and you do a pit stop that's 5 seconds under that, you come in for a 5-second stop and go. So the car is effectively stopped for the full amount of time it should have been, and being in the pit lane in general is the additional penalty to that. I wonder whether they can't decide on, or they can't determine how much time they would have gained or lost, or what that must be. There's a drive-through penalty as well for the number 11 now as well. That's also been under investigation from the start. That's another car getting a drive-through. So a few of them not adhering to that start procedure, and there were a bunch of cars as soon as the lights went out that really fanned out left and right and got a massive advantage over others. So I do wonder whether they went slightly early or whether they held back too far to try and get a run up. You see cars and drivers do that in all forms of motorsport with rolling starts, where they just try and eke out an advantage and not make it too obvious. We look here at Philip Bonnell, car 21, the Vortex 2.0, very unique looking race car. It's much more low slung and prototype-like than the Vortex 1 was a couple of years ago. Had a much taller rear wing and a much flatter rear end on that car. And now they've got this almost prototype-like cockpit system in the middle of it with the arches that really sort of flare over the top. And this huge gap. It's a really, really cool looking bit of kit. And again, as Claire and I have both alluded to, the sound it makes is just insane. You definitely know when one of the Vortexes have gone past. It's not giving us that impression at the moment on our cameras, but trust me, from the right camera angle, you'll hear the thunder. Just trying to keep an eye on also where the sister car of this one is. Enzo Riche currently fifth at the moment. Third in the UCS1 category. Just on a 52.8, whereas the car ahead did a 52.1. So Stephen Pellett is getting away. Only a little bit at a time, but that was his personal best as well. So Stephen trying to catch up with Jimmy Luminier. 37 car still having to come in for that drive-through. And there it is, sandwiched between these two Porsches. Stephen Pellett was the quickest of these three by some margin on that previous lap as well. And he's got a great run out of turn 5, down towards 6, puts his nose down the inside. It's not a usual overtaking opportunity, though, into turn 6. It is one of the only few corners on this circuit that is a single line corner, really. You're at a massive disadvantage if you take it any other way. And almost as if it's like a reverse Newton's cradle, this Luminier car is now catching up to the Porsche in front of it. The number 18 machine suddenly under pressure now with Jules Szymkowiak at the wheel. His last lap was a 1:53.2 as well. Only 1/10 of a second slower than Jimmy Luminier. But Jimmy clearly doing enough, whether it's a 10th or a 100th. Fact is, it was quicker. Now, I've got an Alpine in front of these here now, Claire, so their first bit of traffic to deal with towards the end of this lap.
Kick him.
Kick him?
Out the way. No, blue flag should be out for the Alpine, so they should get past quite quickly. And actually, they're all adhering to the blue flags, and the Alpine just letting everyone pass. And continuing, actually, they didn't look like they lost any time either. This battle of the three of them is continuing here for second, third and fourth as they go past the start-finish straight. And I think at the moment that car number 18 is a bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah.
Look at Enzo Riche behind in the Vortex and car 20 as well. Flashing from car number 98, Steve Pallett is obviously getting irritated behind the Porsche lineup. Going a bit wide there is Jimmy Lumiere, which might allow Pelliot to get through, and it does, into the left-hander there of the sweep-in turns 2 and 3. And that's done, and a bit wide then it also goes second place, car number 18, and you feel like there is a change about to happen here.
Yeah, definitely. Pellett, after that previous really quick lap, set about getting past the Renault and making making quick work of it on this lap. Now, Szymkowiak is going to be watching his rearview mirrors thinking, I was hoping for a bit more of a battle between those two to really hold them up. But again, the 98 Porsche was then having a very flappy bonnet on the way in, so all three of these cars have been a bit guilty of that into turn 1. As that's very wide by Pellett, and he grinds along the curb, puts a nice old gouge in the bottom of the car's under tray.
Szymkowiak will be happy to see that.
Definitely.
A bit of breathing space from behind, and actually pulls back a little bit. Looking a bit twitchy out there is car number 98, now running 4th in the overall standings and second in the Porsche class. So could just be a bit unsettled from the dust that's been kicked up from that gravel that he was just in.
Yeah, the effect lasts quite a while on slick tyres. It's a pretty horrible feeling, I can imagine, where you just go into every single corner having to reassess what grip you've got from that point. Enzo Riche starting to catch up with the Renault in 4th. So Renzo already going from the back of the grid up into 5th place. And now the RS01 comes into the pit lane. Jimmy Luminier says, right, time to sort this out. It is just a stop-go, this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'd be surprised if that's anything other than the penalty that we've got here. And it might literally just be stop-go.
That's the one.
Yeah, there we go.
It's a great noise from that Renault. It's a very strange noise because I believe it's a V6 and it's not a screaming V10 or a bellowing V8. It's this sort of mid-range sound, but it's very, as we can hear it leaving the pit lane, a very loud machine and huge crackles on the upshifts.
Don't believe the timing screen at the moment because it's saying that Lumiere has got well, actually, yeah, I was going to say
it's just updated now.
Yeah, but that was still wrong anyway because Szymkowiak hadn't come into the pit lane. Anyway, regardless. I was just going to say about the Dutch racing driver that's sitting in second at the moment at car number 18 is he's raced in the FIA Formula 3 European Championship, and he's been transferred now. He's come over to GT racing in various GT3 championships, and he's also won the 2015 and 2017 Blanc Pan GT Silver Cup. So he's got a lot of experience under his belt. Started in single-seaters and then head into GT racing, and he's raced in all sorts of things, with making his debut in the Bentleys and racing in the Blancpain Sprint Series when it was called Blancpain in 2015. So he's been around a while. He's only 29 years old. And yeah, so definitely a good talent to have on the grid for sure.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of pedigree there. And it's great to see the, drivers going from different corners of motorsport, going from open wheelers to GT cars. Quite the change in driving style you'd need from them. Obviously, a lot more twitchiness under the likes of an open wheel car. But I mean, you wouldn't believe that looking at the way this Porsche has been thrown around as well. The number 98 by Steve Pellett, you'd understand that the cars were all very twitchy when they're right on the limit. There's the RS01 going past the Alpine. Look at the difference here out of the corner. There is that power advantage for the 37.
Yeah. To the point where I thought the Alpine was coming into the pits for a second.
Yeah.
It was such the difference of speed.
There the 89 again now. Just trying to settle into a rhythm to go chasing after fellow Porsche 888, Sébastien Loeb at the wheel of that one. The gap between the two cars at the moment, about 5 seconds. But Loic Thiers having to try and just forget about the battle that he had with the 29 Porsche, which I believe has been into the pits as well, because it seems like Michael Desmel has lost a bunch of time somewhere. Yeah, it looks like on the previous lap he was in the pits. Philippe Bonnel is in 10th position now. He's just right behind Lionel Rigaud, who's currently running in 9th. And a little bit of a moment here for things to settle down slightly. Some of the drivers now, they've got their initial battles out of the way, so they know who they're fighting with. They know who to keep an eye on. And they will be certainly looking for any chance to gain an advantage in the pit stops. But it is lovely to have such a good mix of these Porsches, and with, like Claire said earlier, different talent levels with these drivers, different categorization with the bronze and the silvers really adds an additional dynamic to the races. Oh, that looks like the bottom of a splitter off something has been flicked up there. It's in the middle of the racing line. The vortex running over it. That is not good. We've seen yellow flags for similar, for debris removal, let's say.
Yeah. Surprising that we haven't seen yellows in that sector, but we've seen the replay. So I wonder if it's been kicked off the racing line now, as once again there, I believe that is Jules in the car number 18. Yeah, I think he was getting frustrated by traffic in front of him while under pressure from car 98 behind Steve Pellett, and made a mistake. And I think here he's going to find, I think that traffic's really causing him a few issues actually, because Steve Pellett is now on the rear end of car number 18, and this is the battle for overall for second place.
Yeah, he's really having to watch his mirrors here while pushing through this sector. But Steve Pellett, his pace has been great over the last few laps. He was on a very similar lap time, actually, to Simkoviak on lap number 12. But I think that's maybe because he's caught up to the back of him so quickly. He's now just running at a similar pace until he gets by. We'll keep our eyes on this battle, hopefully, and just see how it all plays out. But it looks like it's going to be a case of when, not if, Steve Pellett gets through.
Yeah, Simkoviak is really trying to defend hard here, isn't he? He's making his car quite wide while also trying not to lose much time, which is always a difficult thing to do in these Porsche cars. And so far is being hunted down by Steve Pellett, and the blue flags are out for some sort of traffic behind. Looks like the vortex getting past somebody, but Simkoviak is really under pressure here in the final corner, heading round to the start-finish straight, and it will be a drag race to the line here.
Absolutely will be, and the slipstream in Porsche Cup cars is quite strong as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Steve Pellett, once they get over this crest, just pull out to the right-hand side, look to the inside, but Simkoviak will be close, and he will know that that's coming, so he goes to the inside, Pellett round to the outside. Now, can he sweep back underneath him on the exit? We've seen undercuts here. No, look at that. Simkoviak parks it on the apex. Really, really well done.
Look at that defending.
And then again through turn 2. This is great stuff. But he's thrown himself a little bit offline there through turn 3. and then a little bit into the gravel. But this is the thing now. Pellet knows he's got him rattled. He knows that he's caught his attention. Pellet using all the curb and more through turn 4. Into turn 5, down to 6 and 7. To be fair though, Simkowiak, great job so far at holding the position where needs be. He's afforded himself a car length or two before they go up towards Arrabbiata. We've had the number 21 reported for track limits at turn 15. That's the final corner. That's Philippe Bonnell. I wonder whether Pellet has pushed the car a little bit too hard on that previous lap, just trying to get by. Maybe just needs to let the tyres get into a more comfortable operating window for the rest of this lap for Simkowiak, who kisses the gravel yet again as they exit the left-hander at turn 11. We've got the back end of Pellet's car stepping out very gracefully round turn 12. Floating his way through there. Simkowiak, though, doing the job that he needs to do on lap number 14. Claire, I believe, has stepped outside to go and have a quick look down the pit lane, see what's what, see who's about. And the heat rises over the crest of the hill there here at Mugello, but it also rises on this fantastic battle for second position outright. We look here at the number 17 car. And the team watching on from the garage, maybe a little bit apprehensive at the car behind. I believe that's the Mirage car that will be closing in. Enzo Richer has been reported for track limits at turn 15. Ooh, the 17 Porsche running a little bit wide there. That's Wyszynski. That's, yeah, Lionel Rigor that is behind in car number 10. Just looking at their previous lap times as well. Wyszynski did a 1:58.0, 1:58.7 for Lionel Rigor on that last lap. So 0.7 of a second difference. Back to this battle once again. Car 98 trying to get by car 18. The two of them still not changing places just yet though. Still trying to push on. Let's just have a look at how these laps pan out then. There's a black and white flag for... Oh, who would that be for actually? Ah, it's track limits for car 20. So it'll be the driving standards flag, black and white flag there. As again, Pellet just runs deep into turn 1, but trying to make sure he gets the exit out of there. Like I said earlier on, this is one of those fantastic corners here at Mugello where there's multiple lines you can take, and it all depends on what you want the benefit to be. If you want to defend, you can take the inside line and hug the apex all the way around. Make the car that you're up against go all the way around the outside. If you want to try and just focus on the corner exit, you can run wide on the way in, take a late apex and swing back underneath them as well. We look here at the Seb Lejeune car with Seb Lejeune at the wheel. Car 888. He's got the Alpine just behind him there. Car 123. Luca Degrange. He currently leads his class as well. There are the team watching on, waiting to see how how the boss and how the driver does. Different livery to previous, of course. The huge accident that car had at Paul Ricard. It's great to see that well, it wasn't that car in particular, but obviously it was Seb Lejeune, and he is back out here now, racing with us once again. Half an hour of the race gone already here at Mugello, and it is Jean-Bernard Bouvet leading the race in the Ferrari, the #1 Ferrari. We haven't seen much of it for quite a while. Then it's Jules Szymkowiak in second place, car number 18. But for how long, with Stephen Pellet putting up an incredible attack. The cars actually did identical lap times last time round. Enzo Richer in 4th position at the moment in the Vortex, ahead of Jimmy Luminier in the Renault RS01. Sébastien Loeb leading in the... Actually, no, he's not leading in the Porsche class. I do apologise. He's 3rd in the Porsche class. 6th overall at the moment. Loic Thiers next up. Daniel Wyszynski in 8th place. Lionel Rigaud 9th. And then Michael Desmail in 10th. Philippe Bonnell is 11th, ahead of Jean-Francois Demorge, as we have more side-by-side goings-on between these two Porsches. Stephen Pellet finally having another go here. He's taken a few laps back from the number 18 to try and wind this up, and he goes down the inside into turn 6. That doesn't normally work, and I'm not sure if it did there either. It's hard to go through there without any contact. I'll check the sector timers when they get back round to turns 9, 10 and 11 and see whether that car still made it through. It sounded like it, because this camera that we're watching now is placed very near to where those cars make their way around the top end of the circuit. But that looked like a very, very intriguing battle by those guys. And the 98 is ahead of the 18. Pellet is now into second place, and into the pit lane after half an hour comes the race leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Into the pit lane comes the beautiful ex-Kessel Racing Ferrari 488. Clean of the windscreen, their first order of the day. Looks like Bouvet is staying in the car. Doesn't look like they're doing a driver swap of any kind or anything yet. Lovely looking race car though, isn't it? The 488 GT3 Evo. Everything just so well in proportion with this car. I have to say, I do think it's a lot prettier than the 296 that came after. The number 18 car really flapping its bonnet there. Claire mentioned earlier that the Porsche was really sort of chomping away as it got to the end of turn 1. The driven Porsche shared by Jules Szymkowiak and Harpal, and I believe Thiago Monteiro, but I'm not quite sure he's here this weekend. But right now, that car that we have on our screen, number 98, leads this race on the road. We've had a black and orange flag for car 20, which is an interesting one. We haven't seen that car for a little bit, but I'm not sure if there's any damage on it or anything. Obviously, it's usually a black and orange flag if you've had some form of damage or if there's bodywork hanging off, something that could be quite risky to basically either anyone trackside or the other competitors. And now we look at the 123 Alpine, Michael Desmail. The ex-race leading Ferrari has just headed back out of the pit lane. They are now on their way. There's one of the other Alpines in the field, car number 94. Three hours and 25 minutes left to go of this race. The field quite spread out around the circuit. The fastest lap of the race still belongs to the Jean-Bernard Bouvet Ferrari. And I believe we will have an interview down in the pit lane shortly, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm hoping and believing that it will be the wonderful Axel Noss, who is racing in the Renault that we have on screen right now. Claire, can you tell us more?
I can indeed. We're just going to move slightly into the garage because Axel told me I'm about to get run over, and I don't want my camera person to get run over either. Stefan, we like you. We'll keep you. Axel, lovely to see you. It's so nice to see you. I saw you in the pit lane yesterday, and I didn't know that we'd be then seeing you because you had such a late call up, didn't you?
Yeah, I was called in the morning of a quali. I had to take a flight from where I live to here to Firenze and come here with the car. So very late call-up. I ended up doing no lap in the quali because of the red flag, unlucky, and now we get into an endurance race without ever testing the car, so we'll see how it is. I think it's going to be fine.
Okay, absolutely no pressure then. It's a beautiful car though, it's great to see on the grid. Is there any way that you can know what it's going to be like to drive?
Well, I did a quick outing yesterday, and the feelings are similar to a GT3 I've driven before. Plus the track, I've driven here a lot of times, so no problem with that. But we'll see how I feel with the car. It's very low, so it's like a prototype, but it's a GT, so it's very specific, and I think I'll adapt pretty well. Coming from prototypes, it's okay. It feels like home still.
Yeah, it does feel like home, and I'm sure Ultimate Cup feels like home as well. Is it nice to be back?
Yeah, very nice. I miss really the ambience, because driving in the ELMS paddock, everything's very crowded and there's a lot of people. Here there's a lot of family people, a lot of very nice persons and individuals and drivers also that you see around. And yeah, very happy to be back.
Yeah, no, well, it's good to see you back. I will have to just talk about the start, because you guys picked up a penalty. Do you know what exactly happened there with the start procedure?
I think he just picked up, he misinterpreted the start of the safety car before the start, so unlucky, and we'll make it back during the race.
It did originally say that it was your driver ID, so I did think, I was like, I'm not sure Axel would make that mistake. You're not on our starting list, but I assume you're a silver driver?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so you'll be going in last?
Yes, I don't know yet the strategy. I think maybe they want to put Jimmy or Chris for the last run, like the last bit, but I'll just drive when they tell me to drive, so towards the end, yeah.
Okay, in a car that you've never driven apart from just trying it out?
Yeah, I just 3 corners and went in because of the red flag, yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sure we'll speak to you again, because you're one of my favorite people to interview, and you love talking to me, don't you?
It's always a fun time being here. Always getting caught up in these interviews, always nice.
Thank you so much. We'll speak to you soon.
Thank you. See you guys.
Thank you very much, Claire. Fantastic stuff. Great to hear from Axel Noss. And we're definitely excited to see him get into the Renault RS01 a little bit later. As he said, he will just drive when he's told. That's the sort of driver that somebody wants in their team, isn't it? Tell me when to drive, I'll do the job. And he certainly will as well, will Axel Noss, apologies. He will really, really put the hammer down. We look here at the number 10 Porsche. The car started right at the back of the grid for Mirage Racing at this very corner. Actually, yesterday it went off into the gravel during qualifying. It's been a really solid start to the race, though, by Lionel Rigaud. He's moved his way up into 6th position overall. And at the moment, pushing like mad. Now, I'm going to make a quick assumption there as the 17 car is in the pits. This is the Porsche. Now, a lot of them having the windscreens cleaned quite thoroughly here. I wonder if there is a bit of dust or something being kicked up over the course of this race. We do see quite a lot of gravel get kicked up here at Mugello as drivers push the limits on the exit of chicanes. But I suppose these guys have got a minimum pit stop time to think about, so they may as well crack on. All of the vents and intakes being cleaned at the front of the car. But as I was going to say a moment ago, making an assumption regarding the splitter that we saw on the circuit earlier on. It looked like only a small piece of trim, really, for a splitter, but it looked to me like the number 10 Porsche was missing a sort of underneath, like, I don't know, a bottom part of the splitter, so to speak. Looked like a little bit of it was more exposed than we see on the rest of these Porsche Cup cars. The ex-race leading car has been into the pits, by the way. It's Gabriel Pemon, who is now at the wheel. And Steve Pellet is now out of the car. Pellet doing a great job in that 98 machine. But he has already completed his first stint and handed over. This is the number 11 machine of Jean-Francois Demorge. First car to take to the circuit in the racing technology car. It struggled to get away from the line on the formation lap, so I'm sure that the team were a little bit nervous about that, but eventually got going and got cracking. is now running in 10th position overall. Its last lap was a 2 minutes 0.5. The car ahead, Philip Bonnell in the Vortex, was a 2 minute 1.0. We have one of the other Porsche Cup cars in the pits, which is in the 17. The 18 is in, and they're having a driver change. Now, that was the race-leading car, and that's Jules Simkowiak. Thanks very much, Claire, for reporting that one from down there. We'll see who it is that ends up at the wheel of that one. Simkowiak doing a really good job. Oh, it is only 2 drivers. It should be Harpal getting in the car, or is it Montero down there this time round? I don't think we had that confirmed in qualifying yesterday because the car didn't do many laps. So we'll have to have a quick check. Apparently Harpal, so we'll stick with that one. I still had Montero on my spotter's guide. I wasn't sure if he was still here or not. I don't think we had confirmation of Thiago's departure from the list. But Harpal then jumping in and hoping to at least stay ahead of the number 98 Porsche. There's the 89 machine now in, being driven by Loic Thiers up to this point. And the flappy bonnet, as it's been dubbed, is now being taped down to ensure that there is no more moving about. Lovely little flutter there on the turbocharger of, or the turbochargers of the Jean-Bernard Bouvet Ferrari 488. You could hear just as he lifted off the throttle from turn 2 to turn 3, made a fantastic little turbo flutter sound. Cars 29 and 10 right together on the circuit here. This is for position as well. Lionel Rigaud in car 10 ahead of Michael Desmail in car 29. Complete polar opposites, these two machines, in terms of livery anyway. Ah yes, the number 18, Claire sent us a picture from the pit lane. The 18 having the bonnet taped down now. It's interesting, we've seen a number of cars with sort of what look like active aerodynamic components at the end of the start-finish straight. There's definitely, now we've seen it again, there's definitely a piece of trim missing on the front of that number 10 Porsche. You can see the splitter has got these small sort of square, almost like hooks, that hold that bottom piece of trim on to make it nice and smooth. And it's, yeah, certainly come off. I think that's the piece of debris we saw down the straight earlier on. The car behind it, you can see the splitter is, it just looks a lot thicker. There's a Vortex in the pit lane, and it is the number 21. Philippe Bonnell had been driving that car up to now. And we have the 888 car, the Seb Lajou car, into the pit lane. Thank you, Claire. No driver change for them by the look of it. Right now, we have the 29 Porsche looking down the inside. He's going to make the move on the 10. Didn't look like the Mirage car wanted to fight that too hard then. And now he's going to sit in the slipstream of the 29, back down the start-finish straight. And he doesn't actually have... He didn't really have much even of a look into turn 1, actually. He's just sort of allowed the 29 through, maybe knows that there's a pace difference there. And now, Desmail continues on his run in 3rd position. The car ahead is the Jean-Bernard Bouvet Ferrari. The RS01 came in earlier on for its drive-through penalty. The current race-leading car. Here's a replay of one of the Alpines going off into the gravel at turn 3. That's a big old moment for them. That's the 94 car. That is Gianni Schiabarassi at the wheel. And we're going to go down into the pit lane again for an interview. I believe it's Jules Simkowiak.
It definitely is, Jules. Sorry, you're about to say something to me. We'll talk about it in a minute. We were talking about the pronunciation of your surname, and we were very excited we got it right. Can you tell everyone the exact pronunciation?
Yeah, so it's Simkowiak. I've heard many different variations over the last few years, but in the end it looks much more complicated than it really is.
Yeah, well, I'm really proud of myself for getting that. Well, actually, don't listen back because I might have got it completely wrong. So hopefully I got it right. Let's talk about your stint. You've just jumped out of the car. Welcome, firstly, to Ultimate Cup. I feel like this is the first time we've seen you for a while.
Yeah, it is. Not for a while.
Ever, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly. So it's the first time ever, and I'm still needing to adapt to the Cup car because I'm coming from the GT3s. I'm trying to get to grips, but I'm really enjoying the format. So it was nice racing out there. There's new faces for me as well, or new helmets. Let's put it that way. And it was good fun. It was good fun. But I tell you, it was heated. I was having to focus to put it all together. Yeah.
But you've got a lot of experience within GT racing. You've done the Blancpain, but you started in single-seaters, so this is incredibly different from what you've done. How difficult is it to come from single-seaters and then get your head around a GT car?
So single-seaters, we have to be honest, that was 2014.
It was a while ago, sorry, I didn't mean to say that, but...
No, all good. I'm turning 30 this year, so yeah, that's that. No, I've been racing GTs for a while, GT3 though. So it is kind of similar, just that the Porsche Cup car is quite specialist. So the way it pitches with the engine in the back, it just needs a little bit to get used to. And when you have a specific driving style, you just need to adapt and be very specific in this car. Yeah.
We also saw a lot of pressure from behind. You were defending quite a lot of that, and we have to say, pretty impressively as well. There was a bit of damage on the front of the car. It felt like there was the flapping bonnet. Was there an issue there? I don't think it was you, but it could have been from the start of the race.
So we didn't have any touch. There was no contact. It's just an issue. I think the locks of the front bonnet they were locked, but they were not tight enough. So there was a little bit of air, and we duct taped it just to make sure we have the right amount of aero.
When in doubt, get the gaffer tape out. That's what I say. Yeah. Did you feel there was a lot of pressure from behind though? How was that racing for the first stint?
Yeah, there was some pressure. I was a little bit surprised with the Renault that I overtook, and then with the Cup car behind me, I was enjoying. And actually, in looking back, I thought it would have been good to maybe let him pass a little bit early so I could see his lines, because yeah, there's still a little bit to learn, but I was enjoying big time, and I'm used to this. I mean, Blancpain or GT World Challenge is the highest level there is, so yeah, I like it. That's how it should be.
Are you going back in the car, or is that it for your stint now?
No, I go back in the car two more times.
To finish the race?
No, finishing will be Chaillot.
All right, so still another chance to go out there and enjoy it.
Yeah, for sure. 2 more, like I said. So I'm gonna go for it.
God, you are flip-flopping a lot out there. Then that's impressive.
Yeah. We got to make sure that we divide the driving time, and like I said, we are both developing our feeling with the cars. So then we get to come down and go back in.
Will we see you again in Ultimate Cup? Are you planning to join us for any more rounds?
Yeah, looks like it.
Oh, how exciting!
I'm gonna try to do a couple more races in the season. So let's try to get this ball rolling and keep it rolling.
Keep it rolling. Well, excellent. Hopefully we'll be speaking to you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jules Szymkowiak. Fantastic to hear from him, and great to know that, like Claire said, we'd had his name right from the start of this race. The number 18 car still on our screens now. 3rd position overall with Harpal behind the wheel. And you can see some of the tape even now flapping away on the front of the car, but that bonnet very much secured down. There's not really any reason for them to want to bring that one up. And at the moment, just looking at lap times to see if anybody's standing out. 1:53.5 for Jimmy Luminiere. Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the Ferrari in 2nd place at a 1:53.1, so 4 tenths quicker. We look here at the number 20 Vortex. Now, this car had a black and orange flag earlier, and we didn't quite see why. There wasn't really, I mean, there's no apparent tape or anything on the car or any sign that it's had any damage at any point. So it looks absolutely fine. I mean, it seems to still be on pace, looking at its previous lap time. This was, oh, now that's definitely not on pace. That is the 21 Vortex. And as we've seen a few times this weekend, the lights on and off almost give the car a little bit of a reset. That's down at turn 12. He's got the car moving back up, well, I was going to say up to pace, but I mean, he's got it rolling under its own power. That's all that can really be said for it. The Porsche number 18 car catching up with it. He moves over to the right-hand side. Does the 21, Lionel Amrouche. And I'd imagine that car is going to be heading into the pit lane shortly. Now, yeah, he stayed well out of the way there. There's the Ferrari, the number 1 Ferrari, going past what I believe will be the 89 Porsche, Cyril Salel. And will the Vortex even make it down the pit lane? It was going very, very slowly anyway, here on lap 27. What would have been lap 26 for them. We'll see now whether they do anything in a pit stop here. It comes to a stop, and they're going to plug a... Yeah, Claire's just reported the same. We're going to pop a laptop into it, give it a good old Control-Alt-Delete. Get Task Manager open, see what you can do with that. But, yeah, or Football Manager, yeah, you never know. But at the moment, though, I mean, Claire alluded to it just in qualifying, as we now have a full course yellow coming out as well. Claire alluded to it yesterday that this car, while still in development, has had a lot of issues holding it back in previous rounds. And that is not a red tow hook on the front of it. That's the Vortex logo, actually. The yellow tow hook is a little bit to the left of that. There's a full course yellow in just over 30 seconds' time. So we'll need to find out what on earth it was that's caused that then. I wonder whether it is related to this car. We'll have to wait and see. Just 20 seconds and then the full course yellow will be out. Now the full course yellow comes out. And all of the cars, I can't tell you how eerie it is. At a circuit where the sound echoes so much around here with all the hills and all of the undulation of this place, there's constantly a noise outside the commentary box of the cars going by. But when the full course yellow comes out, it goes so strangely quiet. I understand, obviously, that they'll be off the throttle and just managing the speed, but yeah, it's crazy how much quieter it goes. And unfortunately for Vortex, I think it's the number 20 car that hasn't made it round. It does look like... Oh yes, the 20 car is between turns 6 and 7. Just saw it in the background of shot there, and here we're going to see what happened to it. It's going to come into shot. Oh, and it's gone into the wall quite hard, actually, on the exit of turn 6. It's buried the front end into the barrier, done a complete 360 after that, and gone around. It's ripped the front end off the car. I thought the marshal that I could see on the screen was running over to open the door of the car or something. It turns out that was no door. That was the entire front end of the car that has come away. The recovery vehicle has headed over there, but yeah, it just looks like going through the right-hander at turn 6, the back end has gone around and then it's just gone head first into the barrier. So not a good lap or two for Vortex here. The number 21 car heading into the pit lane with a technical issue, and the number 20 of Roland Marchis heading into the barrier very, very aggressively. And that would have been, as well, one of his first laps out in the car after taking over from Enzo Riche. Now, we saw a few times in the endurance race yesterday with the Nova Proto 2s that if they'd been off and in the gravel and there'd been a full course yellow, they were still allowed to come back out into the race. I don't think that car will be heading back out into the race, though. That is a big, big shame. And hopefully all is well down there. But quite the impact into the barriers. It seemed to split coolant bottles and all sorts that will be stored in the front end of that machine, and a bit of fluid was thrown onto the circuit. It seemed like that was all off the racing line, though. The car ended up away from the racing line, just sort of half and half on the track. but now the field entirely neutralised. So just to recap at the moment then, it's Jimmy Luminier that is leading the way in car 37, the Renault RS01. Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the Ferrari is currently in second position after leading a long stint earlier, but the number 37 is due to pit again. They had a stop-and-go penalty earlier on. That's the only time they've been in the pits so far. There is that car now on screen. There seems to be more of a splitter on the start-finish straight again, just up there. It looked even like it could be even bigger than a splitter as well, though, so we'll keep our eye on whether that gets removed and whether we get eyes on what that piece was. It's Harpal in third position at the minute, the South African driver in the number 18 Porsche. The 21 is heading back out of the pit lane. Thank you very much, Claire. They've decided to uninstall Football Manager and get it back out onto the circuit. I can hear the rumble. Now I can see it out of the window. Even on the pit limiter, that car makes a fantastic noise. We're just going to see about getting an interview just after our highlights, of course. Every hour of the race we will get the highlights, which came as very sudden news to me yesterday during the 4-hour endurance, but still, it's lovely to keep looking back on all of the action that has happened up to this point. It is an absolute story to be told. And while we have got this full course yellow, actually, we will go to the highlights just now and just take a quick look back at what's happened in the first hour of this race here at Mugello. And we come back to live action here then at Mugello. Just over 3 hours left to go in this race. Jimmy Luminier leading the way in the number 37 Renault RS1 that is just on screen right now. It is Jean-Bernard Bouvet in the Ferrari in second position at the moment, and Shaya Harpal in third place in the number 18 Porsche, leading the Porsche Cup category at the minute. Just had a full course yellow for the number 20 machine. The Vortex had been off and into the barrier quite heavily. Took the front end off the car, but as we saw during the qualifying incident yesterday as well, which also included the Vortex, the car is well designed to obviously have these bodywork parts pop off. They are large sort of sections of the car rather than smaller individual pieces. It dissipates a lot of the energy and the impact and makes the car very safe in case of an incident like that. We've got the number 94, Mark Jacob, under investigation right now for the full course yellow procedure. That is one of the Alpines, and I'm told we are now ready for an interview. We'll head down to the pit lane and see who Claire has caught up with.
Well, of course, unfortunately, I've had to come down to a man that said to me immediately, I know when I see you, something isn't good. Enzo Richer. Enzo, your car's in the wall. It's not ideal at this point, is it?
Sorry, what?
Your car is in the wall. It's not ideal.
No, it's not ideal. I did a good first stint, a great start, and yeah, Vortex was very happy because yesterday they had a huge crash, so it was a great news for us. But yeah, unfortunately, he put it in the wall. I don't know if we can do anything for it. I hope we can go for maybe 1 hour or something like that to finish the race, but yeah, we will see.
It's unfortunate. There's been a couple of issues throughout both series that you've been racing in. And this one especially because you had such a good start, starting further back in the grid. I think you were down in 15th and making your way up within 2 laps to the top 10. It was a really impressive performance and a good start.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it was a good performance. We had the pace to be up front. Yesterday on quali with the crash and all the huge crash, we couldn't do a good quali, but yeah. I drove my stint 1 hour. I think I showed some good pace to the other, so I'm happy with that, and yeah, we will see if we can come back.
There hasn't been a lot of luck in the number 20 Vortex, has there? Because Paul Ricard didn't go your way either. It's been a difficult couple of rounds for you.
Yeah, it's always a small thing what doesn't go right, and yeah, I hope it will be better for Portimao. We will work on it, and yeah, we will work with other driver so they don't put too much pressure on them, and yeah, I don't know, they need to relax, calm down a bit, and yeah, it's a hard track here, so yeah, I think Portimao will be better.
Talk to me about what this Vortex is like to drive, though. We've been talking about on the commentary how beautiful it looks, but it's still very much a development car, isn't it?
Yes, it's a bit of a cheap car. No, but
not in terms of price. Yeah. That didn't translate as well as I think you hoped.
I don't. Yeah, my English is not so.
Your English is great, but that word I'll pull you up on.
No, but not cheap car on the wrong side, but a good side. We need to work on it for sure. It's yeah, it's in development. With a huge crash yesterday, it was the development car. So yeah, we will work on it with the Gomez brother to make it a better car. I think for a GT it's a very good car because it has many aerodynamics, but we lose many times on the ligne droite, on the straight line we lose many times because yeah, it doesn't go as fast as a Porsche or Ferrari. So yeah, but it's a good car.
It's a lot more draggy when you're actually side by side with cars. Then it's not got the performance that maybe you'd want.
Yeah, it doesn't go the straight line. Behind the Porsche, I can't even move on the side. So yeah.
We did see that when you were trying to get around. I think it was Stephen Pallet in the Porsche, and you were really struggling to get past.
I need to brake very late to get him past and put some big pressure because yeah, I can't get past him on the straight line. So, but a very good car on the high speed turns. So. A good advantage here on Mugello.
Is it nice to be part of the development of it though, like to be part of the team that is developing this car?
Yeah, I'm very happy because the Gomez brother are putting some big confidence on me. We are looking at to do the Creventic, 24 hours Dubai and something like that. So very happy that they put some confidence on me. So yeah, happy.
Well, hopefully we will see car 20 back and you'll get back out there for a bit, albeit probably damage control at this point.
Yeah, I hope so. We can put maybe some new tires and put a lap time, but yeah, we will see.
Okay, well, bad luck again.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Claire, and thanks very much, Enzo Richer, as well. A difficult time for the Vortex squad, having the accident in qualifying yesterday, then having the 21 machine, which has come back into the pit lane, I believe, and now the 20 out of the race as well. It is a huge shame. All other cars still running in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup here at Mugello on this wonderful, I was going to say Sunday afternoon then, but it's still Sunday morning, and only for the next 10 minutes, of course. But still, the sun is shining. The cars are making wonderful sights and sounds around the circuit. What more could we want here in this glorious and beautiful part of Italy? We've got Jimmy Luminier still leading the way at the moment from Cyril Selail. The number 1 Ferrari has been back into the pits again. Now it's Jean-Paul Pagny behind the wheel, the AM driver for the team. They've got David Halliday yet to get behind the wheel of that car. Just trying to check what other driver changes we've had. We've got Thibaut Caray now back in the number 10 machine for Mirage Racing, that Porsche up into 6th place. Jimmy Luminier back into the pit lane now in the number 37 Renault RS1. As we look at the Alpine on screen right now, Gilles Blasco has taken over into the number 11 Porsche. He's taken over from Jean-Francois Demorge. And then in the 17 Porsche, it's Regis that's got into that one. Rego de Sebes. Hoping to find out his proper name for that. I imagine there's lots more fluent tongue needed for that one. Got the number 19 Alpine on our screen right now. That's currently being driven by Julien Buni. We have the number 20 Vortex out of the race. 21 and 22, well, 22 didn't even start the race. 29 was Michael Desmail earlier on. Or it might even be Demal. But that has now got the other driver in it. Only 2 drivers in that team. It's Ulrich Amado behind the wheel. Number 37 still has Jimmy Luminier in, but they're in the pits at the moment. They have Axel Noss and Christophe Duino. The GP Racing Team number 89 Porsche that currently runs in 2nd place, like I said, has had Cyril Selail take over from Loic Thier as the 94 Alpine on circuit. 2nd place in class at the moment, Mark Jacob. But a few cars at the moment. Thibaut Caray, actually, from the number 10 machine, has had their full course yellow under investigation as well. That was a couple of laps ago, actually, on lap 30. So we'll see whether they have any penalty coming their way from that. There's been only a few penalties and things so far in this race. A couple of stop and goes and just a little bit of action here and there. We look there at the, I believe that's the 89 Porsche. There's the 123 Alpine that currently leads its class. Continuing on, just to check that other drivers have done their swaps. The 98 Porsche, Gabriel Pimont, has taken over from Steve Pellette. This 123 car that we have on screen right now is being driven by Frédéric de Brabant. He started in this car. He will hand over to Luca de Grange later on. Sébastien Loeb was in the 888 car, apparently still is. Not sure if they've changed their driver ID over, but we still have Loeb on the timing screen at the moment. There is the number 11 Porsche on screen right now. Gilles Blasco behind the wheel of that car. I really do like this 123. I completely agree with Claire on this car. It's a wonderful looking machine. Similar colours to the Alpine Formula 1 team, of course. Definitely looking the part. And right now it's putting in the fastest lap times of its class. Did a 2 minutes 8.3 last time round. 2 minute 8.9 for Julien Buni in car 19. The 2nd place car in this class, Mark Jacob, doing a 2 minutes 10.0. Yes, the 37 confirmed as in the pits. I'm not sure if they did a driver change though, whether Claire's going to have a look. As we see there, hello Claire, we saw you on camera there. The number 11 continuing on circuit. We'll see whether the 37 changes hands yet, or whether they will just have a sort of double stint for each of the drivers. We saw a bit of that in the Endurance Prototype Cup yesterday, but here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, the teams still finding ways to surprise us here and there. The 21 is being now put into the garage, Claire has said, which is a huge shame. Vortex having 3 cars here this weekend, and now no cars in this race at this present moment. The 21 may still come out later. At the end of the day, there is still 2 hours and 49 minutes of this race left to go. They may get that car back out a little bit later and just use it to try and iron out any problems. At the end of the day, they have the right to be on the circuit in this race. They may as well use that to test whatever they can if the car runs and if it can get out there under its own power. And Claire has just confirmed a driver change. Jimmy Luminier out of the car, and it is Christophe Duino that has got behind the wheel of the 37 now. We'll see what Christophe can do. Christophe also a bronze driver, so they wait now to get their silver driver Axel Noss in at the end. I'm excited to see how the lap times look from that, but Duino now takes that car out onto the circuit and pushes it to its limit. We see here, though, the number 1 Ferrari of Jean-Paul Pagny. His car ahead is Régis Rego de Sebes. He's got the Alpine just in front of him there, a bit of lap traffic, car 94. Looks down the inside. Yep, the Alpine just about lets him through. But Jean-Paul Pagny doing a 156.2 last time round. It's the quickest car on the circuit. Actually, no, the 29 Porsche did a 155.4. Other than that, though, the Ferrari is the quickest on the circuit. Into the pits comes Thibaut Caray, car number 10. And there has been a 4-second stop-go for that car. That will be why. There's been a 2-second stop-go for Mark Jacob as well. So a few penalties been handed out here. That is for the full course yellow procedure. So car 94 gets stop and go 2 seconds. We're going to go back down into the pit lane while I write all these penalties down so we can speak to Claire and Jimmy Luminier.
Yes, Jimmy has just got out of the car. Jimmy, let's talk about the beginning of the race. There was a penalty also. You're going to speak in French back. Just explain about the penalty and the start.
En fait, ce qui s'est passé, c'est que c'était notre première pole. Et je pensais qu'à l'extinction des feux rouges comme un départ, je pouvais sortir de la ligne de départ. Et en fait, il s'avérait que non, il fallait attendre encore un rouge puis un vert. Donc erreur de ma part, hein, tout simplement, on a pu faire la pénalité et essayer de remonter au plus vite.
And how was the car feeling? Was it good battles out there?
On a eu beaucoup de dégradations à partir de 3 ou 4 tours. Il y avait un gros rythme devant, donc la pénalité finalement a pu laisser la voiture un petit peu refroidir. C'était pas plus mal, le full course yellow nous a aidé aussi un petit peu à refroidir la mécanique. Je pense qu'il y a un petit peu de travail à faire sur l'état général de la chauffe des pneumatiques et des freins. Mais sinon la voiture est saine et je pense que si on continue comme ça, on peut faire quelque chose aujourd'hui.
Confidence high?
Non.
I can't tell because you might have said that in French, but okay, good to know. Apologies then, not so happy with the car. What can be done now with the driver change?
Le but, ça va être de rester dans le rythme le plus longtemps possible. Christophe, normalement, va réussir à être très régulier, c'est son point fort. Voilà, on espère qu'on n'aura pas à nouveau d'incidents sur la piste. Et puis essayer d'être le plus régulier possible une fois de plus. On va avoir Axel dans la voiture qui va découvrir la voiture aussi un petit peu au dernier moment. Donc voilà, une équipe toute nouvelle. On espère arriver jusqu'au bout correctement.
Merci.
Merci.
Thanks very much, Claire. There, speaking to Jimmy Luminier, giving us all of the lowdown in French, of course. Car 19 on our screens now, the Alpine. Second place in its class now after taking over from Mark Jacob. So the 2 penalties that got handed out, just to reiterate those, car number 10, Thibaut Caray, got a 4-second stop-go for overspeeding in the full course yellow procedure, and Mark Jacob got a 2-second stop and go for overspeeding in the full course yellow, and that was car 94. They were both of the investigations for the full course yellow procedure. So nothing more at the minute is under question by the look of it. But we're on lap 37 here at Mugello in the Ultimate Cup European Series. This is the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. If you're on the English broadcast here, you're listening to Chaz Draycott and Claire Cottingham, who is reporting down from the pit lane, finding out what's going on and being my eyes and ears for what cars are in and out of the pit lane and whether there's driver changes and all sorts going on. A few cars in the pits at the moment, I believe, actually. Shaya Harpal, Gabriel Pimont, that's cars 18 and 98. Frederic de Brabant. Oh, okay. Claire just said there's nobody in the pits. On the timing screen, we have pit in written down on some of them, but maybe they haven't just completed that sector yet. We see now the 17. It looked like it was going quite slowly through turn 7 there for just a moment. This car is trying to catch up with the number 37 car up the road after its most recent pit stop. I believe the number 18 car is swapping back. Yes, Simkoviak, as Claire spoke to earlier, will be getting into the car. And like she said, he's really flip-flopping around at the moment, isn't he? He's certainly doing a lot with this. And in obviously all different cars as well. He's one of many that tries to race in all disciplines and cover all bases, so to speak. That number 18 car has been running really well in the opening stages. It's the 89 Porsche of Cyril Salel that is currently leading this race. On the road, anyway, 28 seconds ahead of Sébastien Loeb. And then Ulrich Amado. It's 3 Porsches, 4, even 6 Porsches at the front end of the order. And that now changes as Christophe Duino puts his first proper lap on the board and goes ahead of Harpal and Pimont. And, okay, thank you very much to Alex Herbin for translating the Jimmy interview that we just had a moment ago. Thank you, Claire, for pointing that out to me as well. He sent it to us on a text, bless him, as Alex, while commentating as well. Fantastic stuff. Jimmy said that basically he made a mistake on the start procedure, so he started earlier than he thought he had to. He said his stint was good. They've got to learn about a bit of tyre management and strategy and the car itself. But for them, the most important thing is to finish the race and progress with that car. And it's interesting to see one of these cars being run. I think I've highlighted enough already the importance of how rare this car is, the Renault RS01. You don't really see many of them racing in many series at all. So there's not a lot of data and reference to go off if you're going to run that car in a championship. Here's the number 89 Porsche down the inside of the number 11. That is just putting a lap on it. The number 123 is in, the Alpine. That is the class-leading car of Frédéric de Brabant, ahead of Julien Boony, or he was. Boony's now gone through and continued on in the race. But it's the 89, the 888 and the 29, the first 3 cars in the field. Saleo, Lajou and Amado. Then it's Thibaut Caray, Christophe Duino in 5th position, the first non-Porsche in the pack. And the Renault is now right up behind the number 11, being driven by Gilles Blasco as they head into turn 1. We have now on our screen the 888 car, currently running in 2nd. Sébastien Loeb will be very pleased with how this is going so far. Car started the race well and has been nice and consistent throughout his stint. Jean-Paul Pagny now moves up into 6th place with the 17 Porsche being in the pit lane. And there is Seb Loeb just making his way now into the first corner. Hard on the brakes, car squirreling around slightly. And there is the number 18 sat in the pits now, Simkoviak, and the Harpal branding on the side of the car. As you can see, more tape going on to the front end of that Porsche. It seems like with the very high speeds at the top end of the straight, they've been ensuring that the bonnet does not flap around. It's clearly under a bit more stress than it would be at other circuits. It is a very, very big start-finish straight here at Mugello. All the way from the final corner, it's just feels like you're on the power forever. 29 car coming into the pit lane now, which is was the third placed Porsche of Ulrich Amado. Just looking at the lap times of this Porsche here, because Seb Ligier on this lap looked like he was backing off a little bit there through the Arrabbiata turns. Back up to pace now as he heads into the chicane, down towards turn 12. Oh, it's a little bit squirrely on the left rear there. This doesn't look like a very confident lap from Seb Ligier. I wonder what's going on here. And even there, through turn 13, the back end looked really loose as he turned it in. It squirreled around quite a lot. There's the team of the number 17 car coming into the pits. The wonderful light blue 17 Porsche with the McDonald's branding up the side. And we've had pictures and information on the 21 Vortex being in the pits. No driver even in the car. Doors up. It's not looking like a quick return to the circuit, if it makes one. Jim Kowiak now back in the 18 car, on circuit, pushing. Just under 2 hours and 40 minutes left of this 4-hour endurance race here. And I suppose one of the interesting aspects of having a bit of a smaller field in a race like this, a field that started with 15 cars now has 13, is the fact that there's not many other cars to reference in terms of your timings or your strategy. There's no easy baseline to look at. So you have to really fend for yourselves quite a lot here. And I understand that, you know, all about motorsport is fending for yourself and trying to win at the end of the day. But sometimes your decisions and your strategies can be slightly influenced by what others do and how the race develops. But here, there's not a huge amount for the drivers and teams to reference. So it might make the job a little bit more difficult. I'm intrigued and excited to see that the number 10 car of Thibaut Caray has made its way up into third position. Started right at the back of the grid, did this car. Was driven earlier on in the race by Lionel Rigaud. He put in a great first stint. Car 94 heading back out onto the circuit. I can just see out of my window. But this Porsche, considering it was off in the gravel during qualifying yesterday, doing a fantastic job. A lovely, lovely recovery drive. Making its way now around the middle sector of the lap. It's such a wonderful flowing circuit through there. I particularly enjoy the Italian tricolor that adorns all of the edges of the circuit and even the curbs as well, all with the green, white and red on them. It's a very classy racing circuit, is Mugello. And it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Sun's still shining out there. You can see the shadows in the pit lane slightly there. Certainly as the sun comes round. Here is the 29 car into the pits now, having tyres changed on the front. And as the guys frantically try and change the tyres within that minimum time, they may be able to wait around for just a moment. They just have to basically tick down the timer before they can get moving. Driver opening the door for a second, maybe just a quick chat with the engineer, give him a bit of feedback on how the stint was. Some clean looking Goodyears going on to that Porsche. The car remains on the air jacks up in the air. Here is the race leading car, car 89. Fantastic job being done by Cyril Saleo at the moment. He took over from Loic Ter. I'm told by Claire the 21 car is now making its way into the pit lane, at least out of the garage, which is good to see. Very, very hopeful to see the Vortex make its way back out on the circuit, as I'm sure we all are. Saleo, the race leader, has had track limits infringement at turn 15, and the Vortex is now going back out on circuit. That's great, great news. I know that the Vortexes have a lot of fans all over the world. It's a very popular car for being such a unique racing machine. And yeah, it does just sound like there's a thunderstorm on its way down to turn 1, which definitely confirms that the Vortex is back out on track. That massive, I believe it's a Chevy LS3 engine they have in those cars. It's definitely an LS, but I'm not sure if it's an LS7 or an LS3. A very popular car, what's known as a crate engine that can be bought to put into project cars and is very adaptable to fit in a lot of machines. We'll have to see whether we can find that online. It's known as the Vortex V8. They had the Vortex 1.0 in the past, and now the Vortex 2.0. It's the LS3 engine that's in the car, 6.2 litre V8 in the Vortex. And they've used that in both of their previous cars. The Vortex 1 looked more like a, well, it's another sort of seldom seen prototype-ish looking car known as the Gumper Apollo. And it had a very similar look to that car before. Now it looks a lot more like a low-slung prototype. But again, underneath a very similar machine, it's just had a lot more aerodynamic and bodywork changes. Here's an interesting little moment on circuit here. The 37 Renault ahead of the 29 Porsche. And then I believe that's the 98 with them in there as well. It is. And the 29 hoping to get away from this 98 right now. They're on different laps to one another though. Loren Gody is behind the wheel of the 98, so they've had all three drivers in that car already. Now they put a lap on the 29, which is still being driven by Ulrich Amado. There is 98. We're just keeping an eye out just to see how the 21 gets on here. I was trying to watch it on my timing screen and see what sort of laps it was doing. We'll find out when it gets completely around. It's Lionel Amrouche that is behind the wheel. We've had another track limits warning here, car number 94, which is Gianni Schiabarassi. He's had a track limits warning down at turn 15. All of them seemingly coming at turn 15 in this race. But the 21 is in the second sector on the lap now, I can tell you, which is wonderful to see. Apparently the number 20 machine is back. I believe Claire has seen it in the garage, I'd imagine, after the impact that it had earlier on. As we see the number 1 Ferrari. The number 1 Ferrari on its previous lap did a 1:55.9. It was a second quicker than Christophe Duino, the current race leader in the 37 Renault. There is the 17 car in the pit lane. Doing a quick change of driver. Apologies, it's the 888, not the 17. I saw the light blue on the door and very wrongly assumed for just a moment there. 888 changing hands by the look of it. And as you can see, even though they have a minimum pit stop time, they still do their best to make sure it's done as quickly as possible. Car put down onto the ground from the air jacks, and they will be back out onto the circuit very soon. I saw another Porsche head into the pit lane just a moment ago. I think it was the number 10 which made its way in, the Mirage racing car, as we have the number 18 on circuit. Using all of the curb and all of the runoff through turn 2. The drivers would have been briefed on what to do and where, of course, when they can take advantage. At the moment, though, the Ferrari is closing in on the race leader. Christophe Duino now just 6 seconds ahead. And it was 9 seconds only a lap or two ago. So the lead is potentially going to change soon. We'll just keep our eye out for when that will be. We'll just have to keep our eyes wide open on where that car ends up, because 6.1 seconds, well, with the pace that that Ferrari is doing, will disappear in a flash. We have the number 18 on our screen right now, currently running in 5th place. Jules Szymkowiak back behind the wheel of that one. And you can see their trail braking around the middle part of the corner. He really flung it in at turn 15. The team manager of the 94 car has been summoned to the stewards. That could have something to do with their track limits. They'll obviously have to receive any penalty or any warning that they may receive by in person, I'd imagine, is why they're probably requesting them up there, or if they want to just give more context to that. There's the 37 then, and just through the bottom of the shot any moment now, or in the background of this shot, we should see, yes, there is the red Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo, Jean-Paul Pagny, closing in on the race leader. Christophe Duino doesn't have this race all his own way, but as we heard from Jimmy earlier, he said the most important thing for them is learning this car and getting it to the finish and working with it. Fantastic sound down the start-finish straight here. Another flappy bonnet on a Porsche there from the number 98. Definitely, as they go over the crest of the hill there, there's a little bit of air getting underneath the car and just lifting some of the body panels up before they get into turn 1 and get a chance for it all to slam back down properly. We've had track limits reported at turn 13 for the first time this race, which is car 21. Lionel Amrouche driving in the Vortex, funnily enough. He's taken the Vortex back out on track and he's decided to throw it at track limits everywhere he can go. There is 2 of the Alpines together on circuit. That is cars 1, 2, 3 and 94. They're a lap apart at the moment. The 1, 2, 3 about to lap that 94 for the first time. It's a shame to have the Alpine field spread out that much. But still, we get to see them battle together on the circuit. We see them now together as the 1, 2, 3 has gotten ahead and will continue on at the pace it's been doing. A really impressive pace, actually, by Luca de Grange. He's been doing 2:06s while the cars behind have been doing 2:13s and 2:20s. So some 7 to 14 seconds clear of the other cars. As a second warning for Gianni Schiabarassi as well in one of those. That's the number 94 that's just behind the black, pink and blue Alpine. Really do love how low the bodywork and everything sits on this Alpine. The arch is completely swallowing all the wheels. It really does look like it's just been dumped as low as it can be on the suspension. And if the tyre rubs on the arches, then so be it. But it's been well designed to be a fantastic hunkered down little race car without the need for all of the huge splitters and wings. Apparently there were drivers that raced in the Alpine Cup that could take the road car and just basically you can get the roll cage, get the suspension kit from it, and then strip out all the necessary parts you're allowed to, and then have it as a competitive car in the Alpine A110 Cup. That's how similar they are to the road cars. You don't have to, you know, if you owned one of the road cars, you wouldn't have to then buy a race car separately. You could just convert your road car into one. It's going back to really old school motorsport, that the days when you could buy race kits for certain manufactured cars, whether it be a touring car or even a GT car. 29 then, right up behind the car ahead. This is not for position though, but it's interesting when you see the turn of pace like this, isn't it? The 98 car there being driven by Laurent Gaudy, now being overtaken by car 29. Two cars that swapped positions earlier in the race with two different drivers in them. Ulrich Amado hoping to make progress up the order. The number one Ferrari is in the thick of this too. And there in the background is the other of the GP Porsches, number 89, aiming to overtake its sister car, currently driven by Cyril Seleo. In fact, Anthony Beltoise is the one that's taken over in that car last time they pitted. Don't remember seeing that change when he came out of the pits, but maybe it's just taking it until he's next crossed the start-finish line for it to register. There is the 21 Vortex. Great to see that thing back out on circuit. Really unique racing car. Lovely to have it as part of this series. Making a fantastic racket everywhere it goes. Claire's just said, just like me. Yes, she's right. You usually hear me before you see me. Still, Christophe Duino still leads this race, but by only 1/10 of a second. And, well, that was when they last crossed the line. I think the Ferrari is already in front of them. Jean-Paul Pagny, according to the dots on our timing screen, is in front of the Renault RS1 now. And that will be a lead change with 2 hours, 22 minutes and 22 seconds left to go here at Mugello. Hope you're all enjoying the racing so far, wherever you may be. The 888 car in 5th position, currently driven by Stefan Perrin. We've seen Stefan a few times so far this weekend driving this car, whether it be in the Sprint Cup or here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. You can see there's some very empty parts of the circuit at the moment as we wait for Perrin to appear in shot. Anywhere from turn 6 all the way down to turn 12 right now does not have a car on it. The 94 machine is into the pits. That's Skia Barassi in the Alpine. And that's a lovely shot there, isn't it? You can see the telemetry and the onboard camera there on the Vortex from inside the team's garage. How cool is that? They are watching that car's performance live from inside the cockpit. It is a really cool looking machine, isn't it, the Vortex? Like Claire said earlier, you know, as a kid, it's like the sort of race car that you would draw. It's just come to life here, and boy, it's come to life in style. Making a fantastic noise with that LS3 V8. Going around the Alpine, just about. Don't think the Alpine knew really which way to go there. Sort of just sat in the middle of the road as the Vortex made its way by. Lionel Amrouche, a number of laps down, 8 laps down on the car ahead, but you have to give them kudos for continuing on despite that. Like I said earlier, they could almost use this as a bit of free testing for the car. Make the most of having the time on track. It is lovely to still have one of these vortexes, though, in the field out of the 3 that began earlier. Two hours, 19 minutes left on the clock here at Mugello in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. We have news that the 37 is coming back out onto the circuit, making a brilliant noise as it leaves the pit lane there. It's a massive pop up through every gear in that car. Really lovely engine note. Like I said, it's not quite the bellowing V8 that we have in these vortexes, nor is it the higher flat 6 scream of the Porsche Cup cars, but it's this very mid-range V6. It's almost like I don't want me to say, make it sound like it's an annoying noise by calling it a drone sort of sound, but it really does drone in the middle range. It probably catches you off guard sometimes with how loud it is. The number 17 just comes screaming past down the start-finish straight, and he's on our screens now, heading into turn 1. No such flappy bonnet on the 992. Does have a couple of ducts that actually go from the nose of the car up into the bonnet. You can see the sort of black nostrils on the bonnet there. That is to help guide the airflow over the bonnet and provide a little bit more downforce for the front. As we have side-by-side action here in the Porsche Cup cars, the 98 going past the 10. The 98 running in 4th position at the moment, Gaudy at the wheel. 10 being driven right now by Jean-Jacques Ardely. Christophe Duino, straight out the pit lane, has done a personal best Sector 2. So they've clearly changed the boots on that car. He's cracking on, doing everything he can to try and rein back in the race leader. There is the number 1 Ferrari. Again, you could hear that turbocharger flutter there as it went into turn 3. Great, great noise. They have the Porsche on track right in front of them. Even through there as well, through turns 4 and 5. You can hear the great, great noises when they lift off the throttle and the turbo wastegates open. Porsches in front of them are the 29 car and the 89. There is the 89, just gracefully making its way through turn 12. And we're going to go back down into the pit lane, and we're going to have an interview. Claire has found David Hallyday from the Ferrari, the number 1 car.
I have indeed come down to the number 1 car, David Hallyday. Nice to see you back again. We missed you in Paul Ricard, and we missed you at the end of last season as well. You've been a busy man.
Yes, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'm happy to be back. Yeah, finally. Yeah, you know, work takes a lot of space, so you got to do what you got to do. But it's great to be back here in sunny, so far sunny Mugello. Yeah.
Well, last time, of course, Mugello was basically boats out here, so we're happy to see any sunshine, to be honest. Looking good for you guys out there. Obviously, inherited a bit further up thanks to obviously the vortex having an issue, but for you guys it's a good place to be and it was a good start.
Yeah. Jean-Baptiste did a very good start. We were thinking about a little more fight with the Renault since it was so fast in qualifying, so it was kind of a downer. We wish we had a little more fighting, but it is what it is, and the car is. We have a great setup since the beginning of the weekend, and everybody's doing good. Everybody's feeling the car, and nothing mechanical. So we'll see at the end of the day, but so far so good.
The 37 Renault is a beautiful car, and it's been exciting to see out there. I think we're going to see the development of that if we see it back. I think very much the drivers are getting used to that car as well, and Axel knows as well back, who only got called up yesterday to get involved in it, so hopefully we'll see them back in some more battles. For you guys, it's nice to see the three of you back as well. It was important for you to come back this year?
It was important for me. Yeah, it's always good fun, to come and be able to race in those conditions. It's good. It's great fun. So yeah, and we've been racing. I've been with the team for almost 5 years now. So it's like a small little family, and get together for weekends. It's good fun.
How different is it from your day-to-day life? Obviously, as a musician as well.
It's very different. But not so different in the way of, creating, side families. When you, in my line of work, I have a second family. Here's a second family because we spend a lot of time together. So it's not very different in terms of creating friendships and sticking with them. But other than that, I mean, it's a lot less stress for me here. So it's no, none of my friends can understand. It's a relaxed weekend for me. That it's it's kind of a gateway to happiness, sort of. So no, it's good fun.
You were on tour to the end of last year. Are you touring again this year?
Yeah. I'm starting in November again. Yeah, I have a lot of work in between, but since the races are pretty spaced out, so it works out for me. So I'm happy about that.
Are you racing in any other series, or are you thinking about maybe doing?
I wish I'd have the time to do so, but for the moment I don't. I have to think about retirement maybe. And
no, become a full-time racing driver instead.
Right. Well, we'll see. But for now, it's professional life is pretty busy. So we'll see in a couple of years.
Well, we're happy to have you back, and hopefully you're going to be here for the rest.
Yes, I will. Yeah, I should be. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm sure we'll talk again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Fantastic to hear from David Hallyday there. As Claire said, very busy man, but it's great to see that racing isn't as stressful for him. And it's not been a stressful race really for the Ferrari so far. Like he's pointed out there, the #1 machine leading this race by a considerable margin from the 37 Renault of Christophe Duino. And I think we share the same sentiment that we were hoping for a bit more of a battle from that car with the Ferrari, which is a consistent front runner here in the Ultimate Cup European Series. We were hoping that Renault was on par. I mean, it qualified fastest of everybody else. The number 22 Vortex was actually the quickest car, but after its accident in qualifying yesterday, it will not be taking part in this race. Hopefully they can get that car rebuilt and sorted. The cockpit itself and everything looked very intact. It was more just the car had taken a hit on both the front and the rear end, so I think it ripped the gearbox and the rear axle clean off. But as we discussed yesterday evening, it's more designed like that to break free, so that it dissipates a lot of the energy and it makes it a lot safer for the driver too. And hopefully we'll see Arnaud Gomez back out on the circuit sometime again this season. Portimao, the next round of the championship. And the Kennol GT Endurance Cup will be there, out in force. We're about to get to the halfway point of this race now, just 10 minutes left to go until then. We look here at the number 89 car, third position at the moment for Anthony Beltoise. 154.3 their fastest lap. He did a 154.5 on the previous lap, so clearly still on a decent pace in this part of the race here. The cloud cover is a little bit more prominent here at the moment, but the sun is still shining. It's just occasionally you'll see parts of the track go a little bit cloudy and a little bit darker. So the temperature of the circuit could be coming into a much more fine window for the drivers to really push the tyres. teams and everyone are watching on in the garages and maybe a little bit nervous as to whether the cars will continue to behave themselves. We've seen obviously the vortexes have an issue. Now, I've missed this actually. It was a few moments ago, but there was a stop and go for the number 94. It did come back into the pits recently, and I did wonder why it had made an extra stop so soon after having a penalty a little bit earlier. But it seems that the first penalty they did was not correct, so there was an irregular procedure. So they had another 2-second stop and go for not completing their 2-second stop go correctly. So the 94 car has really been punished in this race. It's in the pits at the moment, according to the timing screen. Its last registered sector was the entrance to the pit lane. It was Gianni Schiabarassi. Vortex continuing on, has just gone past my window here in the commentary box. There's the number 37 on our screen, the Renault RS1. Currently nearly a lap down on the race-leading Ferrari. Which should be in the background of that shot any moment now. Don't think we quite saw it coming through turns 13 and 14. But the Renault is going to be seeing that Ferrari in its mirrors for the second time in, well, not a massive window really. The Renault has been in the pits 3 times, so they had that penalty early on. Headlights ablaze now on that machine. You can definitely see that the turbulent air gets underneath the bonnet and the nose of these cars. And as they get onto the brakes and slow down, you can see all that energy dissipate through the front end. And the car stabilizes into the corner. There's the number 10 Porsche just going past the number 19 Alpine. And then heading down the straight, you can see the pace difference between the two cars. The number 19, though, still second place in the Alpine category at the moment. Just a lap behind the leader in their class. They're heading round turns 2 and 3. The class leader at the moment is just going through turns 7 and 8. Just 2 hours and 2 hours and 6 minutes left to go in this race here. Just scanning through all the numbers at the moment and the lap times just to see where the pace really lies. The Renault is actually doing some pretty impressive times now with Christophe Duino behind the wheel. 1 minute 41.1 was the previous time. 1:58 for the Ferrari at the front. Benjamin Lessen is doing 1:53.9s as well in 5th position. So, just looking then at the Alpines, the number 94, obviously with all these penalties, it didn't really have the pace to catch up to the 19 earlier on in the race. So that's going to be a dynamic that we have to try and keep an eye on as this race goes on with them. Obviously just 3 cars in the category, so there's not too many to keep an eye on at this stage. But we have, of course, the race leader that is doing a considerably good job at the front of that trio. And I think it's going to take quite a lot for the other teams to beat them. Still, they push on. They're all, well, part of the same squad, effectively, all in the same stable, as we would say. The Chazelle Technology. That is cars 1994 and 123, but Frederic de Brabant and now behind the wheel, Luca de Grange doing a great job at getting that car away from everybody else at the front of the order. There's the number 11 Porsche, Gilles Blasco, behind the wheel of that car right now. Fantastic racing driver name as well. Their last lap was a 2 minutes 4 though. So again, this is a car that's not quite on the pace as well, not quite the same pace as the rest of the category that it's chasing, unfortunately. Shimkoviak's been a bit quiet since he got back in the car, although he's lapping faster than Stefan Perrin ahead of him. That is the silver versus bronze on paper performance coming into play. Another crew here in the pit lane, the Vortex crew, getting ready to change drivers by the look of it. The 21 will change over from Lionel Amrouche back to Philippe Bonnel, who started the car. And there on screen is the 98 now, chasing its teammate car down, actually. This is Laurent Gaudy, chasing down Anthony Beltoise, both on lap 54 of this race. We've had some warnings at turn 13 for cars 888 and 94. Sorry, the 94 penalty is an old one, actually. It was before their stop and go. So it's the most recent one is for Stefan Perrin. But just over 2 hours to go, 2 hours and 2 minutes, and the Vortex is back in. And wow, I know that this car has very light bodywork. I think a lot of it is made of fiberglass in this car, and driver packing the essentials before he gets in, let's say. You could see just how much that door was wobbling around though when they opened it. Very light bodywork and obviously very thin windows on these machines. Now the tyres being changed one at a time, making sure they put the right ones back on. Get the wheel nut in, get the air guns on, and get all sorted as they check all 4 corners. There's the 17 Porsche now, still making me very hungry even at this stage of the race. 5th place at the minute for Benjamin Lessen. Last lap from him was 1:54.7. Some 4 seconds quicker than the 98 car of Laurent Gaudy. That car with the bronze driver in now is a little bit further back on the pace that it had earlier with Steve Pellet in the car. Gabriel Pemont was the sort of baseline in the middle of the two. We've had track limit warning for car number 10, the Mirage Racing Porsche of Jean-Jacques Cardeli. We wait to see whether that comes to fruition with another warning. But I do love this livery on this Porsche, that light blue, very tasty colour on that car, really highlights all of the wonderful edges and curves of it. It is a great looking race car anyway, is the Porsche 911 992. A very widely used and very popular race car in all categories. It fits the bill for a lot of different series, let alone Porsche's own Carrera Cup. Many different Carrera Cups across Europe as well, and then over in America and in Asia. It's a very internationally recognized racing brand. There's the number 10 Mirage car that recently received a warning for track limits at turn 13. It's interesting to see now that as the race goes on, the drivers are pushing the limits more at turn 13. In the earlier stages, it was all just turn 15, the final corner. But turn 13 is the left-right chicane, not quite this one that the car's at now, but later on through the lap. And now we've hit 2 hours left of this race. We're going to go to some highlights and we'll come back in just a second in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup.
Être un bon traiteur, c'est être intransigeant sur la qualité. On ne fait du bon qu'avec le meilleur. C'est être impitoyable sur les recettes. Quand c'est bon, il n'y a rien à ajouter, rien à enlever. C'est être irréprochable sur le goût. Il faut prendre du plaisir pour en donner. Voilà, pour être un bon traiteur, il faut être intraitable.
Parfaitement intraitable.
So welcome back then to the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. At present, we have Christophe Duino taking the lead in the number 37 Renault RS01 from Jean-Paul Pagny in the number 1 Ferrari that he's sharing with Jean-Bernard Bouvet and David Hallyday. That car is in the pit lane at the moment, so we expect to see a driver change from that sometime soon. Jean-Paul Pagny, I think, has been in for 2 pit stops worth so far, and it does look like they are going to do a driver change. Anthony Beltoise also into the pit lane in car number 89, with a second warning for track limits for Jean-Jacques Ardely. Stefan Perrin still in the 888 Porsche in 4th position at the moment, and then Ulrich Amado in 5th place. Gabriel Pemon 6th position, car 98. Then it's Daniel Wajcinski in car 17. That machine having a bit of an up and down race so far. Then it's Shayo Harpal in 8th place, car 18. And then the aforementioned Jean-Jacques Ardely in 9th, car number 10, the Mirage Porsche that started at the back of the grid. Frédéric Lelivre is currently in 10th, rounding out the top 10 in the Porsche Cup cars as well. He is the back of the pack, but that car, again, also having a bit of a rough ride in this race so far. In the Alpines, it is Frédéric de Brabant, car number 123, leading the way ahead of Olivier Martinez, car 19. They're in the pits at present with Mark Jacob in car 94. And again, that car has accrued more penalties than they've done laps, I think, so far in this race. They had their full course yellow under investigation. They then had a 2-second stop and go penalty as a result. And then they got that wrong and then had to do another 2-second stop and go penalty after the 2-second stop and go penalty was under investigation. So they've had a bit of a whirlwind so far. A vortex, you could say, of which there is only one running. That is the Philippe Bonnel car 21, 14th position. But we have unfortunately lost the number 20 car of Roland Marchis that went into the wall at turn 6 and had a big accident on lap 27. There is the 11 Porsche. Considering it's had a bit of a wild ride in this race, you can see it's a perfectly straight and clean Porsche 992. It hasn't had any major physical dramas out there on the circuit. It's just that the pace has dropped off significantly every so often, and it seems like it's just a bit of an inconsistent run for them so far. Hopefully in the latter parts of this race they can figure that one out, but I'm sure they're just doing their best to get to the finish. At the end of the day, most of getting through an endurance race is just obviously getting to the finish. That's part of the achievement of these things. A 4-hour race is not easy at all to push a highly strung race car to its limits, as Vortex have found out here as well. This car currently running in 14th place, 8 laps off the next car ahead, which is one of the Alpines, the A110. But as I said, when it went back out onto the circuit after a bunch of different technical gremlins, it's just going to be like free testing for them now. At the end of the day, they have the right to be on the circuit and their right to put the car back out on track for as long as they need to. They'll want to push that thing around the circuit for as long as they can without destroying the engine or having any problems with it otherwise. They may as well use the track time. No matter what you do in motorsport, there is no substitution for lap time. And as much as I advocate for the importance of sim racing, even if you use a sim to train, no matter how many drivers you speak to that do both, they will always tell you physical track time in person will never be replaced. And the Vortex team are taking the advantage and making the most of that right now with Philippe Bonnel back behind the wheel. He took over from Lionel Amrouche, who did that middle stint. And as we have 1 hour and 48 minutes left of this race, there is still plenty of things that could change. The number 11 has the number 98 Porsche just up behind them there. They took a bit of a whack in the early stages from something coming off one of the cars on that front right headlight. It seems to have affected its capability. There's a big black mark on the headlight as well, but you could see even then when he was flashing the lights, the LEDs were doing something very strange, sort of going back and forth. But it's Christophe Duino that currently leads the race. And that number 37 Renault is not out of the woods completely, because that Ferrari that's racing against them now with David Hallyday at the wheel will be on a bit of a mission. But Christophe Duino still has to hand over to Axel Noss, the silver driver as well. On paper, their fastest driver, and I'm sure, with no disrespect to the other two, he definitely will be when they circulate this beautiful Mugello circuit where this race weekend is taking place. This isn't the last action of the day either. While we still have a long way to go left in this race, we're not wishing it away, but we still have 2 races from the Ligier Formula Cup coming up this afternoon, with the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup in there as well. Ligier Formula Cup action takes place just after 3 o'clock. Ultimate GT Sprint, which I think may include some of these cars. It depends if they want to run in that final sprint race after doing a 4-hour endurance. That will take place just before 4 o'clock at 1:45. And then the final race of the entire weekend will be at 5:25 in the Ligier Formula Cup. Between then and now as well, there are a 45-minute session of VIP laps scheduled as well. And what a brilliant circuit to have some VIP laps around. Mugello, one of the most picturesque circuits in the world here in Western Italy. Number 1 Ferrari back on our screens with Hallyday at the wheel. Claire spoke to him earlier. And as he said, he's a very busy boy, doing plenty and enjoying his racing. Saying it's even less stressful than going on tour and being a musician at the end of the day. But who wouldn't want to drive a beautiful red Ferrari around an Italian circuit this weekend? It's great to see this car also being put through its paces at the same time, though. While there are bronze and AM drivers in this field that aren't even categorised, you can still tell that they put the car through its paces. It's not a car that's treated lightly and you know, completely babied to a result. It really does get its head kicked in, which is exactly what a race car is built for, to be honest. And even now, David Hallyday showing it what he's made of as he heads into the chicane down at turns 10 and 11. And Claire is back with me in the box.
I am indeed. I'm here to give you a little break to
How's your day?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been good. I will head back down to the pit lane very shortly and go and speak to some more drivers. Like we were saying, we spoke to David Hallyday earlier, who had just had lunch himself. See, the wind is really picking up out there. And as it's they're heading round here, you can just see the camera is slightly shaking, and it is a bit windy out there. It tends to be quite windy around this area too, just because we're down the valley of a mountain, basically. Mountains all around us, and not too far from the Alps as well. So there's always changing conditions here. This is a 888 car of Seb Lejeune. Currently running second at the moment with Stefan Perrin behind the wheel in the Porsche, leading the Porsche class as well. And David Hallyday dropped down to third, but you'd be probably seeing him move back up to first shortly, past the Renault of car 37 that's leading the UCS1 category at the moment. Plus, they've made 3 stops, have the Vision team. They're very good with their strategy. They tend to hold up, which actually they've not done so much here, but they tend to hold up a lot of their pit stops and take them at quick succession, which has worked really well for them actually in the last year, obviously winning the championship last year and then coming into this round and leading the way once again. So they've got a pit stop on both the 2 cars in front of them as it stands at the moment. And then, yeah, I think they are one of the only teams really in the... Actually, no, most have only taken 2. So we'll probably see at this point that David Hallyday, they'll come in and do a couple of quick succession stops. So even though 37 and 888 have got, they've taken 3 of their mandatory pit stops, it may not work out exactly how they want it to, because the Vision team do it very quickly. And also before the end of the race, there is a time when the pit stop window shuts. So they are no longer allowed to actually go and take their mandatory pit stop. So it all has to be calculated incredibly well. And also, if you've got silver drivers, bronze drivers, all sorts of things, you need to factor in that you will get penalties for that as well. So this is the leading car as it stands, car number 37. We are yet to see Axel Noss get out there. I'm very excited to see what he's going to do actually. the silver driver that won the LMP3 championship last year in Ultimate Cup, as well as the Team Virage winning. Team Virage are here this weekend, but they're not racing in any of these championships, the endurance. They're racing in the Hoosier Formula Cup. So I just bumped into a couple of the Vision team that I knew from last year. The team manager, Pierre, was here. It was nice to see him. But they're not getting involved so much this season in the endurance side of things. It's interesting when teams have their vision set on certain things. Car number 21 running out there still, which is nice to see. It's been a few issues for Philippe Bonnell's team, currently running down in 14th at the moment in UCS1, and I believe Mark Jacob in front. This is a battle, if it's car number 94, this is a battle for track position. And when we were speaking to, no, it's car number 10, so this is not track position. So in theory, they should get out of the way. But this is what Enzo Richo was saying behind in the vortex, that they actually can't get past cars anymore because the drag in the car on the straights in the vortex is actually quite hard for the vortex to get past the Porsche, which has got significantly more nimble, significantly just a bit faster. So it's interesting. You'd think the vortex is much faster. Blue flags are being shown, which is because that car number 10 is out of position. But car number 10 is leading the way. So actually it's more along the lines of Philippe Bonnell looking to lap car 10. With the Vision car behind of David Hallyday trying to get past the vortex, which is about to be lapped by the third place driver, struggling to get past the vortex there, but he should just move out the way in theory. There we go. The vortex running down in 14th, and he does let him past. But that car number 21 is seemingly trying to get past a car that's ahead of it. So looks like once again we're going to see one of the cars coming into the pit lane. And again, this Porsche should get out of the way of the Vision car, because the Vision car is running currently in third. And car number 10 is down in 9th at the moment in the Porsche category and overall. So into the pit comes car number 29, as well as the leading car, 37. Here it is then. Will we see a driver change? We are seeing a driver change. Axel Noss will go into the car. That's not Axel. Jimmy Lumiere is going back in. So we won't see Axel just yet. It's going to be Jimmy Lumiere going in, and Axel Noss will be one of the last to go in, it appears. So interesting from Team 37, not putting Axel Noss in yet, and they're going to give him a go at the end. But that was definitely Jimmy Lumiere getting back into the car. He started the race and picked up a penalty for a start infringement, and so far they've been running pretty smoothly. David Hallyday was saying that he hoped that they would be a little bit more competitive, actually, because he was looking forward to fighting with them a bit. So interesting to see what will go on there in the car 37, especially when Axel Noss gets behind it, LMP3 champion from 2024 Ultimate Cup. Seven Perrin then leads the way in the 888. 3 pit stops taken. David Hallyday only taken 2 in the Vision for UCS1. And then behind car 37, I would assume, is taking maybe their 4th pit stop. Actually, we'll have to see when they come out the pit lane. But I think they're on their 4th mandatory, and obviously taking a driver swap as well, with Jimmy Lumiere getting back in. 1 hour 38 then on the clock. I'll be heading back down to the pit lane shortly, and we'll go speak to some more of the drivers as car 37 then heads back out on track. Craft Racing team doing a good pit stop there and getting Jimmy Lumiere back into the car. It's car number 18, that is currently running down in 7th at the moment is the South African of Happel, down fighting no one seemingly, but this is the car that did have that issue with the bonnets, and they've stuck it back down alongside his teammate Jules Simkowiak, and they are flip-flopping between the two, so we will see them come in again and Simkowiak take over the wheel. But at the moment, it remains the South African behind the wheel. This is the car 37 with now Jimmy Lumiere behind the wheel, and of course the Alpine behind, the Porsche behind rather, car number 89. I thought it was the 123 then. I saw the blue and I thought that was that, but it's not. It's actually currently Loeb who's running down in 4th. So the only changes really that we need to talk about now is the car number 37 coming in and Jimmy Lumiere taking over. And so we are yet to see Axel Noss, and currently he's on his pit out at the moment, so the 37 is back out on track.
Yeah, it seems like quite late to not put Axel Noss in the car. Big shout out, thank you Claire, for just giving me a moment there just to get a bite to eat, just to nip to the loo and pop back in. And yes, main talking point, that number 37 now losing the lead through that pit stop, and it is inherited now by Stefan Perrin in the 888 machine. That Porsche has been around the block a little bit this weekend, certainly a very, very busy car, but Seb Ligier and his team clearly, after the big accident at Paul Ricard, wanting to come back strong and take part in as many races as they could this weekend. I'll be interested to see whether they take on the GT Sprint later, or whether that will be the end of it for this car this weekend. I'd imagine that the latter is not too unlikely, but still an intriguing race up to this point. Just over 90 minutes left to go, and it's a very positive thing to see that we have only lost one car from this field so far. The number 20 Vortex having a big incident into the wall earlier, unfortunately, but all seems fine with driver and team. It's just a shame to have lost the car from the race. I believe it will be somewhere around the paddock now, probably under a tarp or something on a trailer. But we have the other one there on the field, and now that Porsche bonnet, you can definitely tell it's to do with the air underneath the nose of the car as the Vortex refusing to move over. The 98 Porsche bonnet was really flapping around there, more than we've seen before, maybe affected by the distorted air underneath the Vortex that it was kicking up. But as Claire mentioned earlier, when she was speaking to Enzo Riche, it's hard for them to follow the Porsches. And that massive wing on the Porsche clearly creating a huge field of sort of distorted air. And obviously the slippery little Vortex with its very smooth aerodynamics, not able to really utilize any of the air from the car in front. And there is one of said Porsches, the number 10. Mirage machine currently running in 9th place. Lionel Rigaud back behind the wheel of that machine. It's been in the hands of Thibaut Caray, Jean-Jacques Ardely, and now Lionel Rigaud once again. But a very intriguing race with lots of different race cars in it. There's a big variation from the likes of these Porsche Cup cars to the RS01, the Ferrari GT3, then the Alpine Cup cars as well. And at the moment, we are looking at the 888 that leads the race. Stefan Perrin doing everything he can do to stay at the sharp end of this order. He's got the Ferrari of David Hallyday behind him at the minute, about 9 seconds back. You won't be watching the mirrors too much at this moment, but you could hear from that shot there actually of the Porsche. We're just waiting to see the Ferrari pop up over the hill in the background of shot, really. But the 888 leads this race at the moment. Enzo Giuli will be, I think, maybe did a small stint in the car earlier. Actually, I don't think Enzo's been in the car yet. Anthony Beltoise has taken over in the 89 and then handed it back to Loic Thier. Just checking to see if there's anybody else that has still got a stint to run other than the obvious, which is Axel Noss. It's almost like we're building up for him to take that. We had Benjamin Lessen in the 17 car earlier on. He's handed that back now to Daniel Wajcinski. Looks like all other teams have had all of their necessary drivers in. 19 cars has Julien Bouni in and out. Benoit Marion and Olivier Martinez has been at the wheel as well. So it seems like we've had quite the even spread of drivers in this so far. There is the number 1 Ferrari that is pushing its way around the circuit, trying to get everything that it possibly can out of these laps where it chases down that race-leading Porsche. And they're within the same camera shot now. It's only going to be a matter of time until that Porsche loses the lead. It might even be on the next lap or so, because the difference has been about 5 seconds a lap. It's also cool to see that we have 2 of the Alpines fighting each other as well, actually. Only half a second between the 94 and the 19, and the car behind... the 94 is the car that's done 5 pit stops, and the 19 ahead of them has only done 3. We've had a warning flag for the number 21 car. And here is the race lead battle. The Ferrari looks down the inside. David Hallyday says, thanks very much, I'll take that. Through he goes at turn 15. And the race lead changes hands. The Ferrari now in front. And car 1 is back to P1, the reigning champions. That was quite an interesting transition there, wasn't it? With the Porsche coming up over the crest as the Ferrari disappears behind it. Almost looked like it had transformed into a Porsche for a moment there. That's the number 29 car that we saw over the crest with Michael Desmel behind the wheel. Or it might be Demal. I think it's Demal with the silent S in the middle. Either way, Stefan Perrin currently running in 2nd position now with Jimmy Luminier, the next car back. But this Ferrari has definitely been the car to beat, hasn't it? Here this weekend, and very much so in the past in Ultimate Cup European Series as well. And as they head down towards the bottom of the hill, you can hear a wonderful pop and crackle, like almost like a gurgle from the vortex heading into turn 1 of Philippe Bonnel. He's 6 laps down on the Alpines now, so he's making a little bit of ground up on them. But it's not a colossal amount. There's still a battle going on between the 19 and the 94 as well, which is great to see. 2nd and 3rd place in a 3-car category, and they are absolutely nose to tail as they head down the start-finish straight. There is the gargling vortex. It really is an animalistic car, that vortex. It's so, so cool. The 98 Porsche next up. The V8 powered Vortex chasing it down. Not for position, unfortunately. It is the car that the Vortex team would have wanted to have a fight with, but I'm afraid that's not quite the case. It's such a cool looking car from all angles though, isn't it? Just taking a moment to sort of take it in there as the car headed round turn 12. Really does look the part from every single angle. They now sweep through turn 15, head out of the final corner, down the huge start-finish straight. And that is the 98 Porsche just ahead that has also had quite the up and down race so far. Number 98 in the early stages. It's one of few cars in the field that hasn't had any penalties or anything. The Vortex now continuing on, but not putting in the same pace as the Porsche just in front of it. 1:57.6 from the Porsche last time round. Philippe Bonnel did a 2 minutes 0.05, so not quite on the same pace at all. But they're still pushing on, and at the end of the day, the story I think with that at the moment is that it's very much a active testing session for them as such. They've got the car out there, they know that they've had issues with it throughout this race, and they want to now just iron out those issues by running it until the end here. There is the Renault RS01, car number 37. Started this race on pole position, had a penalty in the very first few laps. The start was under investigation because of the formation lap. They just left the grid a bit early, basically. They got a stop and go penalty on lap 7 for that. No penalty since then, though. It's been a very clean race for the RS01. Certainly a great looking race car as well, and like Claire alluded to earlier, the wonderful metallic green really looks good on that car. You can just hear the rumble of the Vortex making its way past the commentary box then. Again, just taking a second to really appreciate the noise it makes. But Hallyday continues to lead this race now, 10.5 seconds clear of Stéphane Perrin in second place. Jimmy Luminier in third position. Loic Thiers in fourth place and Gabriel Pimont in fifth. Harpal in sixth position in that Porsche that was running so well in the early stages, just hasn't been able to make back up the time since then, with Szymkowiak in and out of the car. But still, they're in it to win it. You have to make it to the finish first. Daniel Wyszynski is the car behind them. There's about 17 seconds between those two Porsches at present. Just coming across the line now is the 11 car with the Alpines. You can see just how close they still are together. Only 1.9 seconds between the two cars, so it's definitely not all done with, but the Ferrari making that gap bigger and bigger all the time. 11.5 seconds now as they cross the line. Unlapping themselves there past one of the Alpines. And now they've got another one to have a quick manoeuvre on. The dispatch of that through turn 4 and 5. And now down the inside of the 11 Porsche as well, making it look very, very easy. I believe we're going to get an interview in a moment with one of the drivers from the number 1 machine, Jean-Bernard Bouvet. We'll have to see whether we have that just now or whether it'll be in a sec. Yes, the director's in my ear. It'll be ready for an interview. This will be in French, this one. I think Alex might throw back in English, but we'll see. We'll speak to Jean-Bernard Bouvet.
It will be in French, but I will be in English, so we're going to get through this together for sure. Thank you so much for talking to us. Talk me through how your race has been so far.
Ouais, le début de la course s'est bien passé, un très bon départ. J'ai pu enchaîner les tours vite dès le début du start pour prendre un petit peu d'air. Et puis après, ça s'est bien passé. On a un petit problème d'ABS régulièrement. Là, c'est tombé sur mon premier relais déjà. Donc, j'ai fait un premier arrêt handicap pour résoudre le problème qui est arrivé sur Jean-Paul après. Et on verra pour David. Mais voilà, on a l'ABS qui fait un petit peu des petits soucis. Mais bon, ça va.
I'm going to quickly look and see, was there a problem there? Was he said that there's a problem with the car?
Not really a problem. We had just a small issue with the what was the problem?
ABS.
The ABS. Huh? Yeah, that's all.
Lovely. We have our vision translator here. I didn't want to say how good is the car if there was a problem. Do you feel in control at the moment?
Oui, on a de l'avance, on gère bien les relais. Voilà, Jean-Paul, ça a été un petit peu. Au début, il a fait un super boulot. Il a vraiment bien roulé. Après, il a été obligé de gérer avec cet ABS qui était coupé. Bon, il s'en est bien sorti. Là, David fait le job. Il est en train de faire des beaux tours. Voilà, je pense qu'il va conforter la première place. Puis moi, je vais aller finir le travail.
Speaking of David, he's out in the car at the moment. Back for this weekend. Are you happy to have him back?
Oui, on est content que David revienne à nouveau, même si son remplaçant, Romain Yanetta, qui est un très bon pilote aussi, un ami, quand il vient, on est très content aussi. Voilà, il fait aussi le job, Romain. Évidemment, quand David est là, c'est pareil. Voilà, on a un quatuor de pilotes chez Visium qui va bien. Donc voilà, David, il reprend le volant après le micro et ça se passe bien. Donc ouais, on est très content. Ouais.
Merci.
Thank you.
Thanks very much to Jean-Bernard Bouvet for chatting to us there. The race-leading car at the moment, the number 1 Ferrari, as we have on screen right now. Heading around the final couple of corners. And there is an interesting shot of one of the cars being refueled. Now, they do have a pit-in section here. They have specific pumps that they use at the circuit for the fueling. I was told about this, but we hadn't actually seen it so far this weekend and in the prototype. So the car is showing us in the pit lane, but I believe on their way into the pits, they turn to the right and sort of enter the paddock and then loop back into the pit lane itself. So that's really cool to see. That's great to have a shot of that in action now. There is no refueling to be done in the pit lane. It's with the idea of saving costs for the team so they don't have to lug around the huge refueling rigs all over Europe and so on. It's provided basically by a mixture of the circuit and the championship, obviously, as part of keeping those costs down for the teams and not meaning that they have to have huge squads to go and do that. The team will still have to, obviously, supervise the refueling and potentially take charge of that, to make sure that they stick to the strategy they want. But at the end of the day, it's great to see that it's a bit more of a level playing field when it comes to that too. There's the number 18 car in the pit lane, tyres going on and off. And a driver change as well. Thank you very much, Claire. It was the Harpal car just a moment ago, and it will now be the Simkoviak car once again. They seem to be changing driver a lot, but at the end of the day, just keeping each other fresh. They're making sure that they have that for development. As Jules said earlier, as Claire has just reminded me, it seems like so long ago that we spoke to Simkoviak. I think I was more focused on the fact we just got his name right. But even still, that car, again, seemingly in the pits more than everybody else, but it's not necessarily the case. They have been in now 5 times. There's a bunch of cars around them that have been in 4 times, obviously due to coming again soon. And the 1-2-3 car now, after being refueled, heads down pit lane for what I'd imagine would be a driver change. I think Frédéric de Brabant has been in the car for quite a while now. And, yep, Claire confirming it's a driver change. Thank you very much indeed. So Frédéric de Brabant will make way for Luca Degrange in that fantastic looking blue, black and pink Alpine. One of 3 run by Chazelle Technology this weekend. Nothing to do with me. Car number 11 on our screens now. The Porsche still inside the top 10 at present. The number 18 car we were talking about a moment ago is the one immediately ahead of them in the race. The Stefan Perrin car has just headed back out on track as well from the pit lane. We've had a warning for track limits for Harpal as well. There goes number 18 at the end of the pit lane as the Vortex makes its way down there. Almost ripping up the concrete as it heads down towards turn 1. Number 11 here looking a little bit shaky on this lap actually. Dive into the apex of that corner a little bit early there. Plenty of rubber and marbles and all sorts being flicked up off the back of that car there before turn 12. It's interesting to see that the car is in what looks to be just a colour-corrected version of the old Brumos livery with the 2 coloured stripes down the middle. The Brumos colours very famously white with the red and blue stripes down the centre. This car silver with the black and orange in their own little twist on it. And there is one of the other Porsche Cup cars just coming up over the crest. Car 89 currently running in 3rd position. Loeb behind the wheel. I really do like the livery on the GP Racing Team Porsches. Making its way through turns 2 and 3, nice and tidy. Diving over to the right-hand side quite early on the run down to 4 and 5. Still an hour and 15 minutes of this race left to go. We still have 14 of our 15 cars running. Some of the main action so far was the formation lap being, well, incorrectly followed by the number 37. They set off too early. They got a stop and go penalty as a result. The 888 back into the pit lane after just going back out. That's an interesting one for Stefan Perrin. Sitting there in the pit lane. They haven't had a penalty or anything. The team is speaking to him. You can see him waving his hands frantically in the cockpit. He says, "Come in and speak to me. Please, come into my office." The team making their way around to have a chat with him. Let's see what the situation is with this, though. Doesn't look like they're in any rush to do anything. As Claire's just said in my ear, it's probably just a mandatory stop. It's just that they did the driver change at a different opportunity. They know that they can probably run the car to the end. Nobody else really in the pit lane at the moment either. Not a massively busy place. Seems like there might be a few cars that have gone in for fuel, actually, because they didn't seem to be in the pit lane, but we've got 5 cars that have apparently recently come into the pits. The 98, the 17, the 10, and the 94. Apparently all currently in the pit lane. But maybe round the back part of the garages to do their refueling before they then loop back in, because I wondered earlier on in the weekend why there was a sort of what seemed like a secondary lane of cones over to the right-hand side of the pit lane entrance, which will obviously guide them around to the fueling section. That'll all be part of the driver's briefing. They'll be told where to go for that. We saw the 1, 2, 3 sat there earlier on, which has now lost the lead in the Alpine class. It's Julian Booney in car 19 that is at the top of that pile right now. But it's still David Halliday that leads the entire race. Car number 1, position number 1 ahead of Jimmy Luminier in the Renault RS01. And Loeb in 3rd position in the Porsche, the leader of the Porsche class. There's car 17 in the pits. And they are getting the driver out. Interested to see who gets back behind the wheel of this one. It was Daniel Wojcinski that was in it previously. And there they go then, getting to work. changing tyres as well on their way around. Get everything clear. And it is Regis getting in, Claire has said. Quite like the black and gold helmet design there that he's wearing as well. That's a really cool looking lid. Team just making sure everything's all tight and fine on that car. Car number 94 on our screens now. The Alpine still third in class, and with Gianni Schiabarassi back behind the wheel, making his way through turns 13 and 14. Again, just hopping and skipping a little bit over the sausage curbs to the edge of the circuit. There's little, I say little, they're not when you stood next to them in person, but you know, compared to the scale of the rest of the racing surface, the little yellow sausage curbs at the side of the chicanes, not really affecting that Alpine as much as affecting other cars by the look of it. These Alpines have seemed to hop over them quite gracefully throughout this race. 1 minute and 12, sorry, not 1 minute and 12 seconds, an hour and 12 minutes left to go. Can't believe we're almost coming up into the final quarter of this race, actually. But while the drivers will be trying to remain in as much of a rhythm as they can, they know that it will soon be time to be planning final stops within the last hour of the race. Make sure that all the car itself is in good condition and that they've got the right driver in to properly give this last hour a good push. And that's when we get to see, hopefully, Axel Noss behind the wheel. He has to take part in the race somehow. But it looks like they've balanced it with Christophe Duino and Jimmy Luminier before getting Axel in the car. It'll be great to great to have Axel as part of the team for Craft Racing. They'll get a lot of information, a lot of feedback from him and the development and the running of this car. Like he said, he was having to adapt slightly of coming from prototypes, but because it's such a low-slung car, he said it was quite familiar to him in some ways. And there again is a view of the refueling station, effectively around the back of the pit lane. That is just near the entrance to the paddock, actually. I can recognise the red gates up at the far end. And they're going to be speaking to the number 17 team in just a second. Claire's going to have a chat with them. I believe we're ready to go now, actually. Let's go down to Claire.
Yeah, down here at 17, we've just had a driver change. Benjamin, nice to see you. Not exactly where you want to be within this race. You were just mentioning it was difficult because you missed out on qualifying because of the red flag we had.
Yes, exactly. Yesterday, it's my two teammates, my AM teammates who made Q1 and Q3. I was supposed to go into Q3, and yeah, unfortunately, there was the red flag, so I could not drive. So, of course, the average of our time was a bit lower than it should be. But yeah, we are pushing hard now, and we are getting close to the podium. So yeah, we continue to push hard.
I mean, anything can change. We've got an hour or so still to go, and you haven't even gone into the car yet. When are you due to go in?
For the last 35 minutes. I already had one stint, and I'm doing the very last one.
Do you know, sometimes it's very hard to pay attention to when people are in and out of the car. How was the car for you? What was the feeling?
I had the opportunity to get the new set of tires from qualifying that I did not use, so I had a good 35 minutes, but apparently when the tire go after the first 30 minutes, it's getting a lot more difficult. We see a big tire degradation, so we will see.
Why is this track so hard on tires? We saw this in the prototype as well. Lots of people struggling, and then a lot of, you know, sliding on these tires.
Yeah, I think today it's also a bit hotter than the days we done the test. So maybe the temperature has something to do with it. And yeah, we had not a lot of time to practice long stints, but I think we have a good setup. So compared to the others, it should be great.
How have you been enjoying the Ultimate Cup setup?
Yeah, I really like it. I'm part of this championship since 2 years because I was coaching Daniel and Regis. So yeah, for me it's the first season of driving, but I've been there since 2 seasons. So it's for me usual.
How different does that feel? I mean, obviously, I mean more along the lines of, I'm trying to think exactly how to say it, but Is it better to be driving or is it better to be coaching?
No, it's always better to drive, for sure.
I was trying to think of a good way of saying it, but I thought you might answer that.
I understood, but yeah, for sure being in the driver's seat is always something more than just coaching.
More responsibility as a driver?
Yeah, of course. And for me, the most important session was the qualifying, because this is where I can show the potential, you know, of the car. And so this weekend I'm a bit sad because I had not the opportunity to do it, but yeah, I'm really looking forward already to the next weekend.
You're doing Portimao, you're doing the whole year with us?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, we'll see your speed in qualifying then. Good luck for the rest of the race.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Speaking to Benjamin Lessen, and much like Claire, I didn't realise he'd really been in the car. I think we maybe saw him for 1 or 2 laps earlier, but I think I assumed it was potentially not the right driver ID or something, because it barely seems like he'd been in there. We've just had a very excited Claire reporting down from the pit lane as Axel Noss is going to be getting in the number 37 car in just a moment. Jimmy Luminier has brought that machine in. Just before that, it was lovely to see another shot of the cars getting refueled on their way into the pit lane. They have a slight detour from the pit lane entry to get refueled and then back into the pit lane, which may explain why we've had so many of them sort of show us pit in and then seemingly they're invisible in the pit lane. It's like they're not actually there and they're hiding away. But still, we're just over an hour from the end of this race here. The sun has come back out in force here at Mugello, despite a lot of cloud around, well, the entire area. Bad look of it as I look around here. It's over all the hills around us, but we seem to have a nice little blue spot perfectly placed over us right now at this gorgeous Italian circuit. Car number 17 back out on circuit with Regis at the wheel. And there is the number 37 Craft Racing Renault RS01. Firing it up now. Great sounding race car. Axel about to power out of the pit lane. One of the final drivers to take to the circuit in this race, actually. It's not really, I don't think there's any other teams that haven't had all their cars, or all their drivers in now, I should say. Update on Philippe Bonnell as well, by the way. He is still powering around in the number 21 Vortex as the Renault RS01 makes its way out of the pit lane. He is now 4 laps down on the Alpine ahead, is Philippe Bonnell. That Vortex going well, though. Despite its earlier issues, it still seems to be running absolutely fine. This is the number 89 Porsche that we have on screen right now. A flash of the lights from the car behind. Was that the number 18 that was giving them a flash? No, it was the 888 machine, actually, that was doing that. They aren't racing for position at the moment. The 888 Enzo Giuli, silver-rated driver, down the inside. Making his way through at turn 12. The number 98 not wanting to fight that at all. Laurent Gaudy not quite on the same pace. The 888 car has just come out of the pits, actually. And it's showing that they are on their outlap on our timing screen. Axel Noss now, the Swiss driver, takes to the track though, and we're excited to see what sort of lap times he can do in this final hour of the race. This is where all of the pit stops and all of the hard work comes to fruition in this last hour. It all bunches up and the strategies all sort of align at this point. You see who needs to still make their final stops. You see who has got all of it done out of the way and just manages the final hour with a little bit more ease. Some of the teams leave it late. Some of them get it all out of the way early. This 888 car has been up and down the order quite a lot. Speaking of the order, we'll have a quick look through it at the moment, shall we? There's not really been any penalties or any dramas or anything in about 40 laps, to be fair. The last penalty we had was a 2-second stop and go for the 94 car, and that was on lap 45, which was, well, nearly exactly 40 laps ago. So there's really not been a massive amount of drama since that point. And it was around the 2-hour point of the race as well. So at the moment it is the number 1 Ferrari of Vision leading the way, David Hallyday. Loic Thiers currently in second place, Porsche number 89 for GP Racing Team. Axel Noss, third position in the Craft Racing Renault RS01, car 37, doing really well. Then we have Jules Szymkowiak, car number 18 in fourth place at the moment, the driven Porsche. Second in that Porsche category, that is being led by the 89 GP Racing Team. The 89's sister car, 98, is currently running in third position in its class, fifth overall. Then it's the number 17 RR Racing by Race Activity. They are in sixth place overall. Michael Desmal is seventh in car 29. That's the Netcuve Racing car. Then Enzo Juli in the 888 Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche. Then it's Jean-Jacques Ardely in the car 10. Ninth place for them at the moment, which is the Mirage Racing car. The final of the Porsches is the number 11, the silver, orange and black car of Frédéric Lelivre. They currently run 10th overall. And last of the Porsches at the minute, Luca de Grange is at the wheel of the 123 Alpine A110. They are currently in 11th place overall, run by Chazelle Technology. So are the two cars behind it, numbers 19 and 94, Olivier Martinez and Gianni Schiabarassi. That car suffering a number of penalties in this race. There is the 123 Alpine, as mentioned. Brilliant looking race car. As actually, Schiabarassi has just gotten ahead on this lap of Olivier Martinez. Martinez had a drama somewhere and lost 10 seconds on that lap. They lost 3 seconds in the first sector, then 4 seconds in the second sector, and then another 3 seconds. So it wasn't even a drama or an incident or anything. Just a, by the look of it, a consistent lack of pace, unfortunately. There's the Renault RS01 going round one of the Alpines. We're about to head into the final hour of this race now. So what we're going to do is just cut to some highlights, and we'll be back in a moment for the final 60 minutes here at Mugello. So welcome back, everybody, to the final hour of the Kennol GT Endurance Cup as part of the Ultimate Cup European Series here at Mugello. Second race weekend of the 2025 season. You're listening to Chaz Draycott with the wonderful Claire Cottingham down in the pit lane, speaking to our drivers and being my eyes and ears for what's going on with driver swaps, pit stops, and all sorts. And it's been a busy, busy race for all of these categories so far. Drivers and teams doing whatever they can to get to the end as cleanly as possible. But as mentioned, this is the second round of the 2025 season. The next race meeting will take place at the Algarve International Circuit in Portimao from the 30th of May to the 1st of June. And then the series has a couple of months off and then heads to Motorland Aragon in Alcaniz in Spain. I'll be back with you for that round of the championship on the 5th to the 7th of September. And then we return to France for the final 2 race meetings of 2025. Manicourt in the Circuit de Nevers Manicourt. Fantastic racing circuit. Used to be on the Formula 1 calendar and is an absolutely great place to go racing. 10th and 12th of October, or 10th to 12th of October will be that one. And then we finish the season in November at Circuit Paul Ricard in Le Castellet. That's going to be the starting weekend of November. It's a very, very good European tour indeed. Some fantastic and picturesque circuits. I must say personally, I'm very excited to go to Motorland Aragon later on in the season. A couple of hours west of Barcelona. Should be good fun, that one. Hopefully a bit of Spanish sunshine for our teams as we get to round 4. We look now at the order. It's still the number 1 Ferrari leading Axel Noss in the Renault. 155.6 for Axel last time round. The Ferrari doing a 152.2 of David Hallyday. Loic Thier in 3rd position has come into the pits actually. Apparently still is in the pits. Not sure if these being refueled or not, or whether they are taking on any other services at present. And speaking of the refueling procedure, the 888 car, nearly, well, over 40 laps since the last sort of penalty or investigation. It's been a very quiet race from the steward's perspective. The 888 car is under investigation for their refueling procedure. Obviously, like I said, the teams actually take part in the fueling, obviously, but it's all takes place in the same part of the pit lane. They don't do it outside their own garages with their own refueling rigs or anything like that. So what's happened there is that they have had it monitored by the officials, and something about that has not taken place to regulation. So we'll keep our eye on that, see whether there's any penalty to be given there. The car is running in 7th position at the moment. Currently in 5th place in the Porsche Cup class. It's Cyril Soleil that currently leads the way there. Number 89. They're ahead of car 18. Jules Simkoviak behind the wheel there. Loren Gody racing the number 98 car at the moment. Then comes the car that we have on screen now, which is Régis Rego de Sebe. Car number 17. One of my favourite liveries in the field. It's one of the simplest liveries in the field, but I think it looks really good on this Porsche. There's not too many stickers and too much crazy stuff going on all over the car. But it still looks the part, does this Porsche. The big McDonald's Golden Arches logo on the side of it. Certainly not something you see too much of in motorsport. But I know that the McDonald's branding, particularly in Belgium, are quite involved in their motorsport. They sponsor and get involved in a lot of events over in Belgium. A lot of the Belcar teams over in their endurance championships tend to work closely with a lot of McDonald's charity foundations as well. Here is the 123 Alpine on its way in. Currently now in the pit lane, getting ready to go. Seems like they might have a bit of an issue with, they're actually taking it into the garage. I did wonder for a moment there whether they were just having an issue with the air jacks, but the 123 car that's been leading this category all race long, now heading into the garage. Hazard lights are on, blinking away, and with 53 minutes of this race left to go, that is going to be mighty tight. There is the RS01. Currently, though, this car in 156.2s. It was a 156 the lap before that as well for Axel Noss, losing still a bit of time to the Ferrari of David Hallyday. And I'm told there is a car. There's a car in the pit lane that is apparently a light. The rear of the Alpine A110. Now that, unfortunately for the image of the Alpine, doesn't do it any favours, because there was quite famously a number of fires on the testing units for those cars when they were first released as road cars. In fact, 2, maybe even 3 different journalists having engine fires on that car, with the very compact rear end with the engine at the back of the car as well. They did struggle with cooling, and it seems like the 123 is now having the ultimate of cooling struggles. Hopefully not the case here with the Vortex either. That car had a few gremlins earlier on in the race. Currently being driven by Lionel Amrouche. Now 5 laps off the car ahead, interestingly, so they've lost a bit more time to the Alpines up the road. There's 37 seconds between Gianni Schiabirassi and Olivier Martinez right now. But it is lovely to still see this Vortex running and still pushing around the circuit at a decent pace. And the 123 car has had its fire put out. We now have the CEA in the pit lane, as Claire has just sent us a quick picture or two of that as they head in. Seems like it's being supervised. Apparently it stinks down there. Smells of Alpine. But that is a big, big shame, because that 123 car has been absolutely dominating the Alpine category in this race. But it just goes to show, doesn't it? 4 hours of racing isn't just tough on the drivers and teams, it's tough on the car. Apparently the driver's still in the car, so clearly it's not too tough on them. The driver's not bothered, just sitting there. But I suppose it's to do with driver changing regulations, maybe, whether the driver gets out of the car or not, whether it counts as a swap, whether it counts towards pit stops, I'm not sure. But still, we have under 50 minutes of this race left to go. We look here at the number 10 Porsche, Jean-Jacques Ardely, making his way into turn 1. At the moment, the closest 2 cars on track are the 89 and 18 Porsche, which are in 3rd and 4th. Cyril Salel just crosses the line. Jules Chimkoviak will be next across the line. The gap was just over 15 seconds earlier. Let's see what it's like this time. Jules is closing in. On that previous lap, he did a 1:53.5, whereas it was a 1:56.9 for Cyril Salel. So I think now the number 18 driven Porsche will be closing in for a podium position here. It's currently in 4th place, wanting 3rd. As we see the Renault RS01 just putting another lap there on the number 10 Porsche. Just making its way through the Arrabbiata double right-handers there. Behind the wheel at the moment of the number 10 is Jean-Jacques Ardely. 3 bronze drivers in that car, by the way. No silver drivers in their lineup. We should have Benjamin Lessen back in the number 17 car soon as well, taking over from Regis. We've got the number 1 Ferrari coming into turn 1 now. Again, 92 laps in the books from that Ferrari. It's a lot of laps around here at Mugello. It's quite a long lap as well here. At nearly 2 minutes for even a GT3 car shows you just the scale of this place. But it's a fantastic track to go racing at. Awesome place to be. So beautiful in all angles. But now the Ferrari heading through the second sector, up to the Arrabbiata corners, turns 8 and 9. You can see just how close that splitter is on the front left there, really leaning on that front left tyre, rattling its way over the curbs, over the crest of the hill. Such a purposeful looking race car, the Ferrari. Every single surface of it, every little panel just looks like it's got function about it. It's a very flowing, beautiful looking machine as well. Replaced recently by the 296 GT3 car in most international GT3 competition. The 488 itself replaced the 458 a number of years ago. I think the original 458 was, sorry, the 488 was around about 2017, maybe late 2016 that came to GT racing. It was the first of the turbocharged Ferraris. As into the pit lane it comes. Race leader, hard onto the brakes. Now they are going to the right of the pit lane entry and they head into the refueling area. So car number 1 will be into the pits for quite a while now. I'm intrigued to see where the 37 Renault ends up in comparison. Here's a car we've not seen for quite a while, the number 29 Porsche. It's been very quiet. Michael Demal behind the wheel of that one. Lovely looking race car with these yellow flashes and highlights, yellow wing mirrors as well, and the large wing end plates here. The rear wing on that GT3 Cup car is absolutely colossal. Similar to the rear wing on the modern day GT3 RS, the road going car. Lovely looking bit of kit though. The 19 car comes into the pits now. Claire has just reported that is Olivier Martinez. Looks like the 1, 2, 3 not going back out yet, unfortunately. The Martinez car now changing driver as well. So we'll see which of them they hand over to. It's a 3, well, according to the entry, well, the spotter's guide we got given, it was a 3 driver entry, but I don't think we've seen Benoit Marion behind the wheel of that car yet. It'll probably go back to Julien Bouni. Julien was doing a great job earlier on pace with the leader in the class. We'll have to wait and see, I suppose. Vortex crosses the line with one of the Alpines behind it. Looks like 2 cars from very, very different categories completely, with the pace difference just in a straight line. We have at the moment on screen a couple of the Porsches close together on track. I think it's the 98, they look quite similar, but I think it's the 98 that's got the yellow highlights on it and the 89 does not. They've got the 18 car right behind them. The driven machine shared by Harpal and Szymkowiak. There's the number 1 Ferrari in the pits, another driver change for them. As they just wait now, you can see the yellow, almost flower-like design in the middle of the brake lights there on the Ferrari. That signifies that the pit limiter will be active. As they get ready to release the air jacks, let the car back down. It's got that mechanical release you can see there that the driver will pull. Really cool way of releasing the system. And then they will wait for their allotted pit stop time and then get the car fired up and out of the pit lane for what will be the completion of their 5th pit stop. One of the Alpines has just come back out on circuit. That'll be the 19 car. Olivier Martinez was behind the wheel. We'll see who that has changed over to very, very soon, I'm sure. Fastest car on circuit at the moment, looking at the lap times, doing a 1:54 last time, is actually Jules Szymkowiak, right behind the 89 car on screen now. He has put in some brilliant pace over the last few laps to really close in on the 89, who has a big wobble on the way into turn 15. The back end really suddenly stepped out on them now. And already the 18 has passed them, makes their way up into 3rd position. Great stuff by Szymkowiak. Axel Noss, the next car up the road, but quite a distance away. I think over a lap ahead now in the Renault, the number 37. Yeah, they're on lap 93. They've completed 93 laps now. They're on the same lap as the Ferrari, 14 seconds back. But Szymkowiak and Soleil, and even Gody as well, on the same lap as one another, so not able to catch up just yet. Claire reporting that Szymkowiak will be back in again, though, with Harpel going back out again. They really do love the change arounds, like Claire said earlier, for the development of this team, and the drivers, of course, as well, getting experience with driver changes for endurance purposes. Similar to how track time can never be replaced. You can never overestimate practicing things like just pit stops in general and driver changes, refueling processes, tyre changes. As bit of a moment there by Soleil, going very deep into the chicane, gets hard onto the brakes and makes sure that they do not completely overshoot. Now they're under pressure again now, are the same team, the GP Racing team. The number 18 Porsche has gotten past the 89, and now it's going to get past the 98, is it? No, it's coming back in straight away. Didn't know if they were going to take it one more lap to overtake the 98 once more. They're already a lap ahead of Laurent Gody, so they don't need to go and do that. Right now, it's lovely to see the two GP Racing cars together on the same part of the circuit as they head through turns 2 and 3. As we look into the pit lane now, you can see final driver change completed. Fist bumps all round. And the number 18 sits ready to go. That lovely satin colour of the Porsche 992. Just cleaning off the front of the car, making sure all the tape is still down as well. As one of the Alpines just in the back of shot there. I was just about to start talking about the 19 Alpine, but the 94 running very wide. Didn't quite clip the gravel or anything. But the track limits, I'm sure, will have been triggered there. Seems like the 19 has got this all under control now, actually. But they are down on time with the car ahead. And yes, the 94, as I said there, running wide in the background, has just earned them their 5-second time penalty at the end of the race for track limits. So unfortunately, they've overdone it a little bit too much, and on lap 96, they are handed that 5-second penalty, and that's for down at turn 13 as well. That is a shame, but this is one of those circuits where the track limits, well, they will catch you out. There's a lot of runoff area here, and it's easy to take liberties with a bunch of the corners around this place. It's such a high average speed circuit as well. There is the 21 Vortex still on circuit. It's gone a little bit darker, a little bit more gloomy here at Mugello right now. You can still see, though, despite it being a bit cloudy, there's a lot of heat haze over the crest of the hills there as the Vortex heads towards us. The Ferrari just went through shot as well, starting their 97th lap of the race. Just over half an hour left to go as we look at the Vortex 2.0 in great detail. Such a unique looking race car, though, isn't it? Purpose built for racing in endurance racing like this and in GT categories. There's the Porsche, number 10, Mirage Racing. They've had this car shared throughout this race between Thibaut Caray, Jean-Jacques Ardely and Lionel Rigaud. They now remove some of the, let's call it memorabilia, from on top of the car, preparing for it to go back out on track. There's another one of the sort of satin finished Porsches, the beautiful blue and yellow 29 machine. They are currently trying to chase down Shaya Harpal in the 18 and have caught drastically on this lap. There's a driver change for the 17 car. Claire is reporting from the pit lane, thank you. Benjamin going in now, although said with a much more fluent accent by Claire than has been said by me. It's Benjamin Lessen getting back in the car, taking over from Regis. As the 18 running wide at turn 1, the 29 can sneak up the inside. Michael Demal trying to make the move, but now he's on the outside for turn 2. That's not going to work, but it is on the inside of turn 3 as the 18 basically moving out the way there. The 29 says, thanks very much. That'll be 6th place for us. We will go through. That puts them now up into 4th place in the Porsche category. 6th place overall in this race. It is still Cyril Soleil leading the way in the Porsche Cup. Car 89, then Loren Gody, car 98. It's a 1-2 for GP Racing at the minute. Going very, very well for that team. 3rd place for Seb Lajou's team. Enzo Juli is 6 seconds a lap quicker, though, than Loren Gody. And right now, only 22 seconds back. And they've had more pit stops as well, have Seb Lajou's team. They've been in the pits 7 times. Both of the GP Racing team cars have been in 4 times. I can tell you, though, one of the best things about this race is the fantastic variation of engine notes that are flying by down the start-finish straight. Here are the 2 remaining Alpines on circuit, the ones that aren't on fire, going around turn 1. Lovely bit of formation flying here from the 19 and the 94. It is Gianni Schiavarassi that leads this race in the white, red and black car, in their category anyway. And then the number 19 is in 2nd place, but 2 laps down on them, now 3. We've had the number 98 car in. As just mentioned a moment ago, they were only on 4 pit stops. They now come up to their 5th. And a driver change as well. Loren Gody will make way for either Gabriel Pimont or Steve Pellet. Steve was brilliant in the opening stint. Claire reporting that it's Steve. This will be an interesting final stint from him, that's for sure. Just over half an hour left to go in this race here at Mugello. Axel Noss is still, unfortunately, losing time to the race leader, Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Car number 1 is running away with this one right now. The Renault in second position, though. Definitely nothing to be sniffed at, that second place. Cyril Soleil holding on to an overall podium and the class lead in the Porsches. Axel Noss has just had his first warning for track limits down at turn 15. And we had a drive-through penalty come through for car 888 just earlier. Because of their refueling infringement. So, unfortunately, they did something within that refueling window that has earned them a proverbial slap on the wrists, and the refueling process was under investigation. And since then, the stewards have decided that that is that, and they will get a drive-through. The Ferrari there going down the inside of the 18 Porsche. You can just see the pace difference between those cars and the Alpine, which is great to see back out on track, by the way, the 1-2-3 car. Obviously a contained fire where components could be replaced. But it has, as a result, lost the lead of the class that it held for so long through this 4-hour race. As they've got the 17 car right behind them now. That is Benjamin Lessen. And as we saw earlier in the race, the Porsche Cup car looks massive compared to the small Alpines when they're together on track. There is the Renault heading up to turn 1, the RS01. Again, just the whole front end of that car absolutely rattling away at top speed. All of the panels look like they're just trying to burst off the front of it. We're just about to hit the 3.5-hour mark in this race now. And there it is, half an hour now left to go here at Mugello in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup, this 4-hour endurance race. We are back up to 14 cars after starting with 15. We fell down to, well, 13 at one point with the 20 Vortex in the wall and the 21 Vortex losing time by sitting in the pits after technical issues. The Vortex went back out on track, and then we had a fire for the number 123 Alpine. But that has since come back out onto the circuit as well. But it is Jean-Bernard Bouvet now starting lap 101. They have done 100 laps of this racetrack right now. And at a circuit like this, where it is such a long lap, it's quite a demanding race to say the least. Looking up and down the order, though, there's nobody making ridiculous amounts of ground on the car ahead of them, by the look of it. The number 89 car is coming into the pits now. Sister car to the one we just had on screen, the 98 of Steve Pellet. Stephen's just making his way through the Alpine traffic right now. Around the outside at turn 11. Just shows you the capability of that Porsche Cup car. He's able to just swoop through like that, seemingly effortlessly. they've got the Ferrari just behind them on the circuit as well. The race leader making its way up to the back of that Porsche to put another lap on them. Oh, you could hear him have to get off the power for just a second there, Bouvet. Kicked the back end of the car out as he left the last corner. Shows you how easily done that is, even with the likes of the traction control and the assists on the Ferrari 488 GT3. And it won't be long before that car catches up to the back of both of these Porsches now, as the teammate car is headed back out just in front of them. Ferrari now will kindly ask them to move out of the way. Great stuff this by Jean-Bernard Bouvet. Great pace about him. Great consistency. Just wonderful persistence to make his way through this order of these Porsche Cup cars. There's the 888. Third position overall for them now. It's Enzo Juli behind the wheel. This car is one of the quickest on the circuit right now, actually. Quicker even than the Renault ahead of them, the number 37. And it now leads in the Porsche Cup class despite 7 visits to the pit lane. Now, I mentioned earlier on that we hadn't seen much of Benoit Marion in the number 19 car. Benoit is now in the car. Did wonder whether it was down to a 2-driver team for this race, but Benoit is now at the wheel. Currently a couple of laps off the class leader, the number 94, Gianni Scarabiasi. But there is the 888 Porsche continuing on, Seb Lejeune and his team, featuring Enzo Juli, who's in the car right now, and Stéphane Perrin. They raced this car in the GT Sprint Cup yesterday. And it's, well, I mean, you can see Enzo Juli really launching this car around and over all the curbs. It just shows the body language of a race car that is having its neck wrung at the moment. He's getting every inch of performance out of this thing, isn't he? Look at the way it's bouncing and glancing over the curbs. Using every millimetre of the road. Great to see. This car also being pushed around quite a lot as well. Benjamin Lessen, the silver driver. You can just see a difference in the urgency, can't you? When these silver drivers have gotten in the car. But it continues to be Bouvet and the Visium Ferrari that lead this race. Alex Noss is 51 seconds behind. And that gap, unfortunately, for Alex and the team is getting bigger and bigger all of the time. He was a few seconds off on that last lap. It's clear that the GT3 specification of the Ferrari is just naturally quicker than the Renault, it seems. It's a bit quiet down the start-finish straight, isn't it? As the 888 machine gets to the end. Goes towards turns 2 and 3, nice and tidy once more. But again, with that same urgency, you can see there the back end just being flicked out slightly as Enzo Juli throws the car through with great accuracy. Just 23 minutes now on the clock, less than the distance of one of the GT Sprint races, which we still have coming up later on this afternoon, by the way. Straight after this race, we have the Hoosier Formula Cup. Claire is commentating on that one. I'm going to head down to the grid to hopefully catch a driver or two for an interview, then report from the pit lane. A bit of a swap of roles between Claire and I for the weekend. Keeps it nice and versatile. but the earlier Hoosier Formula Cup race was brilliant. We then have the Ultimate GT Sprint Cup at 3:45. Then at 4:20, we have the VIP laps session for 45 minutes, so we all get a small break before we then get ready for the final race of the weekend, which will be the Hoosier Formula Cup, and that will be at 5:25 local time. I've got the 37 car into the pits, which is the Axel Noss driven Renault at the moment, and as we see on our screen, the 94 is about to change hands from the lead of the Alpine class. That is Gianni Schiabarassi. That has just jumped out. Car number 29 just making its way out of turn 1 there. Up towards the multitude of chicanes over the top of the hill. Seb Lejou's car going really well here for this weekend. As I've had pointed out to me, it's a different car than the one that was at Paul Ricard that was not repairable damage, basically. It was a colossal accident. And it's great to see that Seb Lejou was not just okay, but okay to enough to be racing here again this weekend. It's fantastic to see. Really is a testament to the safety of modern day GT cars that he was okay after that. I really do like the look of this Renault RS01. Really good looking race car. It's a shame that it wasn't more widely used when it was first arriving on the market. It's great to see it now in the pit lane, just counting down the time before it heads back out. Fired up and away it goes. Onto the pit limiter with the rain light flashing at the back there, just to signify that it is on the pit limiter. Most GT3 cars have some sort of light pattern to show that they are on that, and the Renault mimics that as well. Into the first corner they go. Nice and tidy. They've got the Vortex just in front of them there. Number 21 car. They head back up the hill towards turn 2. The Renault, though, as you can hear, making a brilliant racket everywhere it goes. Just heading out down towards the tail end of the circuit down there at turns 6 and 7. Mark Jacob back behind the wheel of car 94. Something quite funny here that's caught my eye, just as a bit of full disclosure. There's a smaller sort of karting circuit just up the top end of the paddock here at Mugello, and it seems like somebody that's here either visiting this weekend or is part of the circuit staff has decided to take their little Volkswagen around on it, and they are nearly rolling the thing over. They are throwing it around so hard. Just really caught my eye. I saw some erratic driving and wondered what was going on. Nowhere near as erratic as that, though, is the Renault. It's very tidy at the moment with Axel Noss. He's clearly in to complete this race now. I don't think we'll see many more pit stops unless there is an issue for any of the teams. This is the number 18 car of Shayo Harpal, currently running in 5th place. Fifth place overall, that is, and 3rd place in the Porsche Cup class. You could see the brake lights staying on their mid-corner. Just a bit of trail braking from Shire. Bouncing and dancing its way over the curbs down the hill. And at the moment, it's a little bit further off the pace of Anthony Beltoise just ahead. And then Enzo Giuli, 2nd fastest car on the circuit. The Ferrari of Jean-Bernard Bouvet is still the quickest car out there right now. Through the chicane they go. Through the left, through the right. That's turns 13 and 14 dealt with. We've had a second warning flag for Benoit Marion in the number 19 Alpine. They have to be very careful on track limits now as they've just received their second warning flag for it. Any more and they will receive a 5-second penalty. Let's not forget there was a 5-second penalty handed out to the 94 car earlier as well, which is one of the other Alpines. That car is currently leading the class though. Mark Jacob at the sharp end of the order now. The two GP Racing Porsches still both circulating. We have the 89 on our screens right now with the pink wing mirrors. 98 with the more orangey red wing mirrors. Car 11 back on our screens again. It's been a little bit under the radar for a while now as car 11. It is Philippe Paulette. And we're going to have a interview in just a moment, I believe, with one of the drivers from the 888 car is going to have a word with us. They're currently running in third position, leading in the Porsche Cup class, and it is going to be Stefan Perrin that we're going to speak to. We'll throw down to the pit lane and go and speak to Claire and Stefan.
Well, of course, come down to the Seb Lejoux car. 888, I feel we've talked about you a lot this race. It's been busy. Can you talk me through your race so far?
Yes, it was a tricky race, especially with tire management. This year, the tire degradation is very high. We need to use our experiences with Cup to manage tires, especially rear left. Because with a slow corner exit in turn 1, 10, 15, we have some. We grow up temperature on surface temperature very high, and if you need to manage it, it was I think the key of the race. After we are not really happy because we took a stupid penalty in the refueling area, and my teammate do drive-through, free drive-through. It's not our usual, yes, but we are leaders now. We hope to cross the finish line in this position. It was, I think that we deserve it after our many crash last month, yes, and we cross the finger. Yeah.
It's obviously great to see the team back after that crash in Paul Ricard. The penalty you spoke about, that was the fuel one, wasn't it? What happened?
Yes, the problem that we do some many series in different rules, and here we need to wait that the fuel gain is completely off, and the problem is the fuel gain stay on the wrap, and I put the engine on too early. It's it's a very hard and penalty, but we accept it. But it's the race, and we need to avoid it for the next season. Right?
Lesson learned for sure, I'm sure. Are you confident of a podium at this point?
We are never confident, yeah. You know, I know too much. I many experience in the endurance races to know that if you are not finished, the cross the finish line, yes, is never finished. We cross the finger.
Good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Thank you very much there, Stefan Perrin. Very honest and open interview. He says they're never confident, but they're still doing mighty well in this race. Third place outright at the moment. And, oh, we've just had the 21 car, which is the Vortex. Now, we saw it going slowly at the start of that interview. It was, yeah, Claire's just reported it's in the pit lane with the rear body panel off. Now, it was going very slowly in the first sector just as we started that interview, but it's just been given a 2-minute penalty for using the shortcut of the circuit to get back to the pit lane. So, I mean, whether it goes back out or not, it's going to suffer dramatically in terms of its race time for that, but wow, that will certainly not go down well with the team, I imagine. I think it's probably better that they get it back to the pits. I think they probably knew that they'd get some sort of penalty if they used that without prior permission or direction from the race control. But still, that seems very hefty considering the circumstances that the car was not running. It didn't get back underway, went straight into the pit lane. But it is what it is for them now. Unfortunately, the Vortex, as Claire has just said to us, having a bit of a shocker to say the least. It's a real shame. It's down the pit lane. Clearly some sort of engine troubles somewhere. Maybe even gearbox. It could be something to do with the transmission. But they have had a very tough weekend, have the Vortex team. They will be hoping that at the next round at Portimao, at the end of May, they can turn that around and hopefully score some hefty championship points for later on in the season. From what I can see into the paddock as well, it looks like the Vortex squad are already packing down their awning and everything in the truck back here, which is a big shame. It's been one of the most trying weekends we've seen for the squad. Things not so trying at the front of the order though at the moment for Jean-Bernard Bouvet, still leading the race. 110 laps in the books now. And the Ferrari's just about to pop up over the... Oh no, it's not, never mind, it's already down at turn 1. They've already made it there. I thought they were just about to pop up over the crest there on camera, but no, that is not the case. There is the 888, Stefan Perrin, driver we spoke to just a moment ago. The 98 car on screen right now is currently lapping in the 154s, so it's quicker than the cars ahead of it. Stephen Pellett was quick early on, and there's the Vortex heading into the garage, being pushed back on the wheel stands, and the team all checking in and around the car, checking the engine bay to see if there's any visible issue. They've got the laptops plugged in that will provide any information on what has gone wrong, any sensors that are picking up issues with the engine or even the gearbox as well. The entire assembly of the car is at the back end, and they've already got the tools on the go ready to disassemble it and pick out what the problem is. There's the Ferrari heading down the start-finish straight. Number 17 car has just picked up a penalty, a 1 second stop and go penalty for car 17 for a pit stop infringement. I think this is what Claire and I were discussing earlier with the pit stops. If they know that they're under a certain window, then they will get, basically they have a stop and go as a result of the time that they have been short in the pit lane. So they have a 1 second stop and go due to their penalty, the pit stop infringement. Not as many penalties going out at the moment, but still a number of warnings for track limits going around. The Ferrari still circulating at brilliant pace at the moment, still the fastest car out there on the track. 1:53.077 last time round, although actually looking down the order a bit, Stephen Pellett, the fastest car on the circuit now. 1:53.064. It was factually faster than the Ferrari, but only by about 13 thousandths of a second over a nearly 2-minute long lap. So barely a noticeable difference, but still a difference. There's the number 19 Alpine, still running second place in class at the moment. Benoit Marion behind the wheel. One of the 3 drivers in that team, sharing the car with Olivier Martinez and Julien Bouni. Looks like a little bit of damage on the left rear of that car, actually. It seems like the left rear of the bumper has become slightly unclipped and is hanging off a little bit. Hopefully for them it doesn't get peeled completely away, because if the right amount of air gets into that wheel arch, then it will definitely pull that bumper further away at speed. It looks like it's holding firm at the moment pretty well. Like I said, running second place in that class right now. They've got about a minute and a half to the car ahead, not quite a full lap to the number 94. They're just currently going around turns 6 and 7. We look back to the 89 machine, 4th place for them at the moment, Anthony Beltoise. Sweeping his way through turns 2 and 3, and quite a lot of track limits being abused there. Really far over the curbs on the right-hand side. But then not using too much of the runoff on the exit. Up the hill once more goes the 89. This will be their 109th lap of the race completed. The lead car is a lap ahead of everybody else, and then the Renault, the number 37 in second place, is currently 2 laps ahead of everyone else. There's a little bit of a Porsche sandwich going on here with the Alpine bread either side. It's great to see that 1-2-3 car still running, despite the fact that it was on fire earlier on. Clearly didn't get to damage too many components, that one. The number 10 Mirage Porsche just slotting in there at turn 11, ahead of the Alpine. Another flash of the lights just to let them know that they're on their way through. I think with just 4 minutes on the clock now, a lot of these lapped cars will just be trying to hide out of the way where possible, a little bit more than normal. They don't want to wreck the car in the final minutes. But it's certainly been a race of many tails, this one. Up and down the order, Axel Noss, the silver driver, making his way through in the Renault RS01. Still the fastest car on circuit is the Ferrari, number 1 machine. 1:53.9 was done by Stephen Pellett last time round. We've got ahead of Shire Harpal, car 18 back out with Shire at the wheel. You can see the rubber and marbles and pieces being flicked up all over the place there with that great shot of the cars coming down the start-finish straight. There's a whole gaggle of them quite close together. Just 3 minutes left to go now. Ferrari again fluttering its way through the chicane. Oh, we've got a yellow flag at turn 12 at the late stage of this race. And that is the long hairpin before the final sector. Hopefully if a car has gone off there, they're able to get going again. Yep, green flag in sector 3 once more. Just keep an eye out on the timing screen, see who that was. It might have been the 94 car because they aren't being registered on the timing screen as coming through just yet. Still haven't seen the 94 come through on the timing screen, you know. I think he's just come through now. Yes, Mark Jacob just coming flying by. But that last lap was a 2 minutes 48. Yeah, he lost about 20 seconds in the final sector. The Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo just making its way around the final corner now for the penultimate time in this 4-hour race here at Mugello. Just about to begin the final lap of this race, the 116th lap here at Mugello. Blue flags waved for the cars ahead. That is the 29 Porsche and the 123 Alpine. 3 cars of very different classifications. They won't want to trip over one another. As the Alpine lets the Porsche go, as the Porsche lets the Ferrari go. And now down the inside goes the Ferrari. You could see there actually that the Porsche wasn't that much slower in a straight line when it came down to the run to that chicane. It's gotten very windy out there, I can tell you. Certainly looks mighty windy. Blowing around in the final moments here. You can hear the stairs at the edge of our production trailer rattling against it. But with just 10 seconds left on the clock, this is going to be a very impressive victory for the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. Now the timer has ticked down to 0. It is now officially confirmed as the final lap of the race. Good that we didn't finish it under a full course yellow or a safety car or anything, with the Alpine going off for a moment in the final sector. That would have really shot the fox, that one. You can see just how windy it is with how much that camera's moving around at the final corner. It is really rocking around. We have a number 19 Alpine in the pit lane, and it's under investigation for using the shortcut as well. Maybe a last-minute drama for them. No last-minute drama for the number 1 Ferrari. This machine takes a very dominant win here at Mugello. Very well done to the Visium squad. That is David Hallyday, Jean-Bernard Bouvet and Jean-Paul Pagny. They take the win in the 4-hour Kennol GT Endurance Cup race here on home soil for the Ferrari as well, of course. Maranello's finest, taking a win at one of this country's most beautiful circuits. Alex Noss should be, well, he's just actually going through sector 1. He was almost an extra lap behind. The 888 Porsche crosses the line though, and they're going to win in the Porsche Cup class. Get it out, Chaz. Put your teeth in. What a brilliant, brilliant win for them in this class after having such a massive accident. And again, the Alpine in the pit lane is on fire. 2 Alpines catching a blaze here within, what, half an hour, maybe an hour of each other. Still, more Porsche Cup cars crossing the line. Stephen Palette finishes 3rd in class, a podium for them in the 98 car. Anthony Beltoise finishes in 2nd position there, so both the GP Racing Team Porsches on their class podium. The Renault RS01 is just chasing down the Mirage Porsche and the number 11 Racing Technology Porsche. Heading now into the last corner, Axel Noss making the most of his time in this Renault RS1. Onto the throttle he goes, and away. And across the line then, the 11, then the 10, and then the 37. We wait now for the Alpines to cross the line in the background, and it's going to be a win in class for Mark Jacob and the Chazelle Technology team. All three of those Alpines run by Chazelle Technology, though, so they monopolise the podium in class. If the 19 is considered as finishing the race, they were a lap ahead of the 1-2-3 car, who has crossed the line. But a race with many twists and turns in it there. Unfortunately, none of them in the favour of Vortex, who started the race one car down after losing the number 22 in qualifying yesterday. They then lost the 20 to an accident in the wall, and then the 21 had more technical issues. The 123 Alpine even caught fire midway through the race, and then the number 19 car catching fire in the later stage. Going to head down now into the paddock, though. If you'll just excuse me for a minute, I will try and head down there now to go and speak to some of our drivers. We'll be back shortly.
Thank you, Chaz, for guiding us through that one then. Hopefully we will head down to the pit lane and speak to him very shortly. He will be speaking, I'm sure, to the Vision team. And I can tell you for free, the smell of a burning car is a lot down in that pit lane. Here then are the overall classifications. Of course, it's car number 1, Jean-Paul Pagnay, as well as Bouvet and Hallyday winning. Once again, second place was Ligier. Winning the Porsche Cup, though, was car 888 of Stéphane Perrin, Lejoux and Julie. And what a brilliant weekend it's been here in the Kennol GT Endurance Cup. And some last-minute drama, of course, with the car number 19 Alpine setting on fire. But you have to say that was a great race and a brilliant performance by the Vision team, car number 1. And there it is in all of its glory, the beautiful red Ferrari shining in what's left of the sunshine here in Mugello. And who else would be the winners? That's David Hallyday just giving a big hug. He's back in his normal clothes now. And they will be elated with another win within this championship. The current reigning champions of Pagnay, Bouvet and Hallyday. Cars shortly getting ready to go out on track for the second race of the Ultimate Formula Cup. You can see them in the reflection. So let's head down, though, firstly, and hear from Chaz. He's alongside the winners from Vision.
David, you and your team, then, you must be over the moon with that victory. It's very loud here in the pit lane. The car stayed very, very clean and tidy. You guys kept it nice and easy until the end. Seemed like a good day in the office.
Yeah, it's a great weekend for us. Despite some ABS issues that the three of us had, it was a good race. As you said, clean, lots of fun, and yeah, nothing to say really. Just all good fun.
And talk to me then about the ABS issues. This is a circuit where you have to do quite a lot of trail braking. There's a lot of very sort of smooth corners with a little bit of brake application. It must have made quite a difference to the lap for you guys.
Yeah, well, it's just a matter of we've all driven, cars without ABS. Yeah. So it's a matter of getting into that zone again. It's okay, no big deal. So you'll just brake a little earlier, not as hard, and just take a couple of tenths of seconds off every turn, and it's fine. Not as comfortable, not as quick, but still as fun. And at the end of the race, you know, at the end of the day, we all did well, and the car held up well, so it's good.
What more could you want? Excited then for the next round at Portimao?
Absolutely, yeah, I know. Hopefully under a nice big sunshine, yeah. Yeah, we barely avoided the rain here like last year. It was terrible, so it was all good for us.
Well, fantastic job, and well done to all three of you. Congratulations, and enjoy the rest of your day here.
Thanks a lot. Right. Cheers. Take care. Cheers.
Okay, back to Claire, and well, I believe we're going to be closing the show at this point, actually. It seems like they're getting ready for the podium already, but well done to the guys here in this fantastic Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. It'll be time for the Ligier Formula Cup in just a few moments' time, so we'll get ready for that, and we'll be back with you very, very soon.
Chaz, thank you so much. Let's head over to the highlights. We'll see you again in Portimao.
We're gonna go.